Check one. Test, check one. Check.
صديق أبو بكر. أبو بكر. This is from Sana, not yours.
Why this man silk of hair and all this thing?
No. Put the new speaker. Excuse me. Which one is Mr. Adil? This one, right?
Yeah.
So shift delete.
Really big.
Take my hand. صديق. صديق.
Let's stay sure that we are recopied.
0, number 1. Is the first one. I cannot name anything. Yeah.
No, just open it. You view full screen.
So after Dr. Ahmed, he's the first speaker, right?
Yeah.
Wow, but clicker will not work. Oh my God.
Oh, it can work.
Wait. Show full screen. Wait. Sorry.
It can work.
Okay. Now we are done.
Yes.
Done.
We'll keep open this one or no?
Keep open. Don't confuse him.
No, those will confuse me.
Then he doesn't know, man. You need to open the presentation. Answer, open the folder. Wait. At least
I will come and open for you. Or you stay one or stay.
you stay down.
Yeah?
You stay down. Okay. It's in the alphabetical. Adil is the number 1. Mr. Adil is number 1. So here. Okay. Author and desktop. Okay.
Yeah.
Open desktop. This is you. Yeah. This is the logo. But he has it. He will play the logo from upstairs.
Open and PPT. Who's this guy?
I don't know. Maybe Steve Allen or
No, Steve is
Moon. Dubai, please. Is Dubai, please. He came. Working.
Okay.
Okay, so this is done. Give me my laptop, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Please switch off your mobile phones or put them on silent. النشيد الوطني. All rise for the national anthem, please. نرحب بكم في المؤتمر العالمي الرابع لإدارة الطيران. Good morning, Your Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Saeed Al Maktoum, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests. It is with great pleasure that we welcome you to the 4th International Aviation Management Conference. Thank you all, for every one of you, for being here with us today. I would like to invite the university's Vice Chancellor and the Chairman of the conference, Professor Ahmed Al-Ali, to address this gathering here today.
Good morning, Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Emirates Aviation University, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 4th International Aviation Management Conference. This is our first major event after the COVID-19 pandemic, and we are honored to have the presence of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Saeed Al Maktoum, Chairman and Chief Executive, Emirates Airline and Group. And we'd like to thank him for his continued support to the university and for his patronage to the conference. We are building on the success of previous conferences in 2012, 2014, and 2016. The theme this year for this year's conference is the future of aviation, COVID-19 pandemic, and challenges. We will focus on several key topics, which includes sustainable aviation, technical advances, air transport policy, and regulation. This conference is the right forum. This conference is the right forum to discuss areas of mutual interest, where expertise from the aviation industry will bring wealth of knowledge and share with our academics partners. I would like to specifically thank our principal partner, Dubai Civil Aviation Authority, our strategic partner, Dubai Police, and the GCAA, and of course, the Emirates Group. I would also like to extend my thanks to the sponsor, Dubai Duty Free, our respected keynote speaker, and the organizing and technical committees for making this possible. Your continuous support and trust in this conference are highly appreciated. I wish you a productive conference and hope you enjoy your time at Emirates Aviation University over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Al-Ali. We will start now by inviting our keynote speakers. May I now welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Adil Ahmed Al-Rida, Chief Operating Officer, Emirates, to the stage for his speech.
Your Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Saeed Al Maktoum, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think attending the first conference after the pandemic or toward the end of the pandemic, let me start by highlighting some of the issues we have seen during the pandemic and how we have recovered and what is the way forward. To change. Okay. I think, as everybody know that on March 11, 2020, the global pandemic was announced for the COVID-19. Many countries by then have closed their borders. There were more than 250 Emirates aircraft grounded in March 2020. Limited operation with freighters, and more than 20 billion loss was announced during that financial year. With every crisis, there is always an opportunities. We had to respond to the global need of having to transport cargo and freights. So we started operating limited repatriation flights, acted to the demand of our air freights and the need to transport medical equipment from one country to another country. So we had 11 aircraft freighters, 16 mini freighters that were converted from a passenger to carry out cargo. As well as we deployed limited number of aircraft that were used for also air freights. In July 2020, Dubai announced again its door or opened its door to the visitors. Limited flights were started to operate to specific countries and destinations. With the travel bouncing back, there is a new protocols and travel requirement that were introduced in UAE, as well as many other countries that we had to operate and adapt to. One of the key elements we wanted to do during that period is to gain the confidence of our passengers. We did not hesitate to refund monies back to those passengers who were impacted by the not ability to travel. Emirates have provided or refunded more than 8.5 billion of tickets to their passengers. Definitely, the customer wanted to have a direct link with the airlines, and we have noted more and more of the passenger wanting to communicate direct with the airline, and hence we have seen the online booking increase to close to about 50%. That was not only in Emirates, that we have seen this one in many other airlines. And as I said, our crew had to adapt to new protocols and having to deal with the passengers and wearing gloves, masks, and etc. As well as we had to introduce a few additional protocols at the airport to process passengers. We knew then the pandemic had to end, and we could not just sit and wait. While many airlines, including Emirates, were operating limited frequencies, we start thinking about what will be the requirement after we start operating. We launched a new hospitality approach for our ground and air staff. We enhanced the travel experience at the different touchpoints at the airports, introduced additional service kiosks and biometric processing at the check-in, boarding, and our lounges. And we started examining the use of Web 3.0 application, such as Metaverse and other applications. So the digital evaluation and opportunities, that's the way we believe that is going to have a major impact, not only in the airline, but in many sectors. Responding to the customer behaviors. Customers like to do their things by themselves now. We like to remove the middleman, whether it is in IT processing or actually physically in there. Efficiency and personalizing the experience. Rely more on artificial intelligence, analyzing of data to provide a better customer experience, but also to deliver something in a much more efficient. And develop further the Web3 technology, blockchain, artificial intelligence, and data analysis. This will be all coming out within different companies. But for that to succeed and for that to work, upskilling of staff will be a necessity. And new opportunities will be created and generated for all youth who would like to pursue their careers in aviation. The manner how we deal with the customer or inside the company with the staff, it will follow a different approach. So embarking in technology will be a key to reduce our cost and improve our efficiencies. So our youth, before I end, our young guys and university graduate focusing on information technology that will dominate many of our practices will have a great opportunities. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aal Rida. Anybody would like to ask any question? Okay.
Any more questions?
Anybody? I think we're fine, Mr. Aal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to ask now keynote speaker, Mr. Steve Allen, Chief Executive Officer, Danata, to present his speech.
Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak to you today. I think exciting topic and something that we can certainly all learn from. I was asked to talk about the COVID-19 pandemic and challenges from a Danata perspective. I thought for those of you who don't know, I'll give you just a quick brief on who Danata is. So Danata is effectively three businesses in one. We have the airport operations business that does ground handling, cargo, Mahaba, and cargo logistics. We have catering and retail, which does all of the onboard catering, onboard retail, does some airport restaurants, and also some products for customers. And then finally, a travel business, which does the leisure travel, the corporate travel, destination management, like Arabian Adventures. We have contact centers all over the world in 5 different locations, and also supplier relations. So 3 businesses in one. I think also just, in terms of global reach, Danata was established back in 1959. And you probably all know Danata Travel from the early days, and then, of course, Danata at the airport. But we've grown quite significantly over the last 15 years. And you can see now the number of countries that Danata is present in. 37 countries with 80 airports where we do ground handling. And also our travel business has expanded into Europe and specifically into the UK and into the Far East. So overall, we have revenues of over $4 billion now. And I think many people don't know quite how large Danata is globally, and we're very proud of that. So what happened during COVID? I think very simply, and Adil referred to it, borders closed and air cargo was our savior. Effectively, you can see on the left-hand side the drop in passenger revenue from 2019 down to 2020 and a slight recovery in 2021. But we still had passenger repatriations, we had essential cargo movements like pharmaceuticals, And actually what happened was that the sea supply chain started to break down and people needed to move goods very quickly that were running late, and they put them onto the aircraft. So cargo actually became a boom business. And as Adil referred to, we had to actually build a whole new product, which was called cargo in cabin, where many airlines took seats out of their aeroplanes and we filled them with cargo instead. So that kept the cash flow coming, always important in a major downturn or recession like this. And aviation moved into what I would call a survival mode. So protect cash, have a look at your workforce, see how many we retain and how many we unfortunately have to let go, mothball assets, making sure that they're ready to come back into operation as soon as aviation returned, and ask for governments to help. And I think it's no secret around the world, many governments offered furlough schemes where they'd enable us to keep staff within our businesses and pay for it themselves. So really we worked in those 37 countries with all of the different governments and authorities to try and keep things what I would call mothballed, so we're ready to come back. Air cargo, as we said, emerged as the hero product. Unfortunately, in many of those locations, we had major cargo warehouses and businesses. So then as the return happened, and you can see on this graph a major downturn, but as return happened, it didn't happen all at once. As it went around the world, it almost moved in the opposite way to the sun. So it started to emerge in places like Brazil, where we have a major operation in 27 airports, to America, where the domestic operation started running very quickly, and international started up in around January 21. And you'll see in there the UAE flag. And we're very proud to say that the UAE managed to keep things going throughout and was really one of the first businesses to return. And I think that's testament to all the efforts that everybody put in the UAE. And then if you move to a sort of more gradual recovery in Europe, the UK and Europe started to emerge from the pandemic towards the end of 2021 and early 2022. And then Australia and New Zealand in May 22. And as you see, the great outlier there is China, where we're still not quite sure when China will open its borders. And the amount of business that comes out of China, obviously, is a great deal of business for us. At the moment, China's operating at about 5% of its normal international passenger traffic. The total in the world is about 75%. So we can see that we have a great awakening to come. So how did we cope with this? Well, we tried to gauge demand early, and it wasn't easy because governments would tell us that they were going to open their borders and it wouldn't happen, or they'd open well before they promised. We didn't want to delay hiring, but on the other hand, if you hire too soon, you have the costs of all of the hiring, so you had to gauge that as well. And we had to take investment decisions because we knew aviation would come back. We just didn't know what size and when. So difficult investment decisions. I would have said this is probably one of the most difficult scenarios that you can possibly build for running a business. We had to adapt products, so check-in products that were basically touchless, cleaning of aircraft and cleaning of airports had to change, and obviously the cargo products I talked about. And then we had to take a sector approach to customer and staff. There was no point in us operating in isolation. And I think one of the great things that happened here in the UAE is the entire sector moved together to create a success. And I think we should be extremely proud of the way we did that. And above all, we had to communicate constantly. I'm sure everybody in this room felt quite uncertain during the pandemic. They weren't sure what was going to happen to their family and friends. They weren't sure what was going to happen to their health. And they certainly weren't sure what was going to happen to their businesses. So we wanted to communicate constantly, and that's something that I think we use technology successfully to do. So moving ahead, new challenges. I think coming out of the pandemic, everybody hoped it would be a smooth ride. But what we've seen are airlines racing to get back in the air to try and repay their debt as soon as possible. We're now about 75% of global aircraft seats are actually flying in the air. So there's still 25% on the ground. And when that 25% comes back, much of that is China or Russia or the Far East, then there's another boom in air travel to come. And that's why I remain quite optimistic about 2023 that will happen. Cargo, unfortunately, has taken a bit of a dip. Quite often happens during a recession that cargo falls, but we've got some other things at play at the moment. We've got geopolitics, which means that people are wanting to home source a lot of their products. So the Americans are starting to build sources in America that they used to source from China. And therefore, you're not seeing that move of the cargo as it was before. We've got challenges in labor in many markets around the world, and you can see that bottom graph side, that actually the number of openings for job roles all over the world are much higher than unemployment. So in much of the Western world, there is effectively many job vacancies. And that's a challenge to come back to. And then finally, and I think this is all over the newspapers, is inflation. Our prediction is that inflation will reach its peak in early 2022 and then start to come off again. But if you look at inflation around the world, we're running in double figures in Europe, in the US, and in Australia. So again, we have to cope with the uncertainty of currency movements, which threaten demand. So it's a challenging time, and I think for anybody involved in either economics or any type of business, I think probably one of the most unpredictable times that we've ever had. So what's our strategy? Well, the first thing we came out with was this strapline of reconnecting a better world. There was one thing we certainly wanted to make sure of, which was, having been through all this pain, that we came out better. So the first thing is reconnecting. Let's get everybody flying again. And the second thing is, how can we be better going forwards? Part of this is investment, and we took some difficult decisions to continue investing during the pandemic in cloud technology, in people and our training, in innovation and in products. And in facilities, for example, we made a major commitment to a cargo facility in Amsterdam, which was going to cost us about $100 million. But it just showed and indicated that we were here to stay for the long term, and we saw a brighter future. And it's something that is really pushing ahead and will do very well now. And then finally, on the bottom right-hand side, it's sustainability. And that, I think, is the key to better here, is that everything we do now, we should look for sustainable solutions. And we're really looking forward to accelerating that. So we've got to invest to stay ahead. Customer expectations have changed. They want faster processing. They want touchless processing. They want more sustainable solutions. Industry recognizes that the people who deliver this have to be professional going forwards. And I think that's where we fit in as Donata. And I think that's why we've seen such a boom this year, is people have turned to companies like Emirates and Donata and said, it's a difficult world and we want to be with people who we trust. And therefore, they're flying on Emirates, they're coming through Dubai, and they're working with companies like Donata. And I think that's real testament to the work that's gone on. And what's the Dubai advantage? We're ambitious, we're expansive, we've got 2 airlines here in Dubai who are doing extremely well. We have a very strong government support. We have strong support from our shareholder. Logistics is at the core of Dubai as a hub. And innovation, sustainability, and knowledge are things which are treated with extreme respect here as well. So we can see how innovative we are, and linking back to our strategy on innovation and sustainability. So we're in a brilliant place to be successful going forward. So the outlook, I guess I'm cautiously optimistic. COVID has undoubtedly changed and reshaped the world economy. There are still events going on in the world which continue to impact on the recovery, and our customers' expectations have changed too. But what we know is the desire to travel is resilient. I've seen recent surveys where travel was about the 7th priority on people's list of where they'd spend their money, and that has now gone up to number 3. So we know people want to travel. If you take something away from people, they want it back. So we think it's very resilient. Passenger numbers will continue to rebound, as I said, as the rest of the 25% of seats get back in the sky. China and the Far East will open. We just don't know when. Dubai will benefit from reshaping the world economy because of its location, but also the way that we've managed it successfully. And we must continue to invest in products, in people, and sustainability to remain a global player. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much. I guess I should stay on for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steve. Anyone has any question for Mr. Steve? Guess everything's okay. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Steve.
thank you.
And now we'll just take a 30-minute break and we'll commence at 10:05. So I'll see you all back here in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, no, this is different display. Okay, no worries. This one, yeah.
Can you take the word?
Okay.
Can you remove those images, please?
One room.
Yeah, yes, you can.
Just small changes. He has a video, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Second. There's a video. There is a video. Huh? Yeah, it's there. There's so much as there. They added. Yes. I think one more. This one also you can say here itself.
Check one, test.
No, you okay? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So we'll play the video and the video finishes. Yeah. We can have all of these ones. Yeah. But don't speak too much of the manpower. No one spoke about this particular slide. Yeah, yeah. This is very sensitive. Yeah. But if you leave it for a moment, it's up to you. Yeah. 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 This nothing they've given another too much information. No one is giving. Can I put us 10,000, 10K? You put K. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. You're gonna give me 2 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we have break here. We have break.
Because no one gives us info. Yeah.
Regarding video, we can just play here, test.
Yeah, you can do. Just that we don't spell out information. Yeah. You got the biggest presentation, I'm telling you. Oops, 730. People don't go with the video, no? Video
No, there's HDMI, no? HDMI sound
Why
automatic.
the sound not
في يطلع الصوت من هون. الكابل اللي هون الصوت لفوق مضروب. بدنا نصير نستعمل هيك.
It's saying
You don't have it?
No sounds. مها في صوت. There's a sound. في echo. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue with our keynote speakers. I would like to ask our keynote speaker, Colonel Engineer Marwan Mohammed Singhal, Director of Dubai Civil Aviation Security Center, Dubai Police, to present his speech.
السلام عليكم ورحمة. السلام عليكم. صوتي واضح؟ لا still. No, it's okay. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. First of all, I would like to thank everybody for attending this lovely conference. And I would like to thank the organizers for the wonderful event. And inshallah, by the end of this conference, we will have a good knowledge of all organization, what have they done during the pandemic. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank COVID. Everybody, during COVID, we went through 3 stages. When they first announced COVID-19, everybody said, what is COVID? This was stage 1. Stage 2, everybody was saying, why COVID? Third stage, alhamdulillah, COVID is over. The 4th stage, we must say, thank you, COVID. Why? We learned lessons from COVID-19 or from Corona that we will never ever get from any other source. COVID taught us a lot of great lessons, not in, but in humanity. The outcome of COVID is, if the world must succeed, if we want to succeed in all our aspects, not in aviation only, we need to work together. We need to work as one heart. We need to help each other. And that's what happened during COVID-19 and these two years. Going to aviation sector, which was the most sector which was or got affected during the pandemic, was aviation. The good thing in the pandemic, I'm talking about in the region or in the United Arab Emirates, that we have great leaders who supported all the sectors in UAE. And one of these sectors was Dubai Police. I'm going to talk about our role during the pandemic, during COVID-19, the role of the General Department of Airport Security and the Dubai Civil Aviation Security Center. Dubai Civil Aviation Security Center is a training center which is certified by ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization. Awareness. This was our first topic to think about. We divided our whole process into 2 stages. Stage 1, awareness. What kind of awareness? What was our awareness topics are? We taught our staff what is Corona, what is COVID, how to deal with it, what will happen, what's going on. Because when it first came, the most people who was affected was the airport staff. Why? Because million of passengers or people, they were going through these airports or security checkpoints. COVID champions, COVID-19 champion. We had a wonderful cooperation with the University of Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum University for Medicine and Science. We announced a course under the name of COVID-19 Champion. What is this course about? It was virtual. They taught our staff or our team members how to protect themselves. To protect others, we believe you must protect yourself, then protect others. Even in Emirates Airline, I think when you're on the flight, they say, wear your mask, then help others. Because if you protect yourself, you can do the job properly. What was this course about? Dealing with all equipments that protect yourself, dealing with everything which was part of our body during the pandemic. Mask, shield, gloves, and other things. We start putting a platform of virtual training. We had our benchmark during COVID because we believe that training, the best way to train, some of you will tell me, no, we don't agree with you. The best way to train is classroom to us, especially when it comes to skills. We start a platform of virtual training. Was it in Dubai Civil Aviation Security Center? No, it was in the whole Dubai Police, who are responsible to train over 20,000 team members. Was the virtual platform affected? Yes, it was affected. Because we believe any team member should be equipped with two things: knowledge and skills. We tried our best to deliver all knowledge that they need virtually. Then, the good thing in our team members, they are very well equipped with skills, because training in Dubai Civil Aviation Security Center never stops. After doing the awareness, after having a virtual course with Mohammed bin Rashid University for medical and science, and making sure that the virtual platform was successfully done, we went to the second stage. Some measurements were changed. Not in Dubai, not in the United Arab Emirates, globally. Every environment has changed their measurement, either reducing their procedures or add more procedure to protect the people and to protect and to make life move. We add some measurements with our partners in the airport. When we talk about the airport, it's a wonderful, I'm talking about Dubai International Airport and Al Maktoum Airport, it's a wonderful place to work. It's a wonderful environment to work. And me as Marwan, I'm having 19 years of experience in this airport, and I'm proud to say that I'm one of the team members in Dubai International Airport. A screener performance, why do we need it? During the pandemic, the aviation sector was stopped. Some people say no, 10% was more, it was cargo. We need to manage the performance of our screeners. Why? Because we believe, and we are 100% sure, that life will come back again. When life will come back again, we don't need to do the training one more time. Start from zero. We need to make sure that our people, the level of training they got is the right level that they need to be in, it went up, but it didn't went below the line. How we've done it? By workshops. We created new workshops which help us a lot in improving and managing our team members' performance. Alhamdulillah, and we succeed. And the reason why I'm confident is when we came back to the real life, when we came back to the normal life, with the full support of our partners, our people were ready. Why? Because we put the platform, we arranged the platform, then we managed, we did the awareness, we managed the performance of our screeners, then we started. During the pandemic, training or life was stopped, but people were working from home. Dubai Police, the General Department of Airport Security, built a platform to help our team member to do their job properly, which helped us again that creating new workshops was so easy for us to do. Why? Because we have lovely team members. We have leaders. This was our success. Everybody learned from COVID. Not staff, not team members, not supervisors, no, even leaders learned a lot from COVID because it was something new to us. We started, they announced life will come back very soon. If we didn't have the baseline that I talked in stage 1, in this stage when they tell us the life will come back very soon, if we are not ready, what will happen? Everybody, what we do, and everything will go on. People will move and you will stay backward. No one, we say in training, you have the right to fall. Fall forward, not backward. But you have right to fall. We qualified 2,494 of our team members, our screeners in the Dubai International Airport, in Dubai International Airport and Al Maktoum. Plus, we trained screeners in other airports at the United Arab Emirates. We trained all of them. We are proud to announce it. 16,000. People will ask me, what is the 16,000? Dubai Civil Aviation Security Center is responsible for all softwares related to training. Everything is related to training in aviation sector. We are responsible to do it. Every year we had to keep a big budget for images. People who are working in screener, especially who are working in security, they will know exactly what does the image, a single image mean in training. We call it screener images. Long time ago, or before COVID-19, we used to bring companies or we used to bring other people to do it for us. And it cost us a lot of money. Today, I can announce that these companies who we got the images from them, some and most of them are not original images, but do the job. These companies who we were going to them are coming to us. Why? Because we didn't stop. Why? Because we have lovely leaders. Why? Because we have a wonderful team members that did the job. In our library, we had to pay, let's say, long time ago for a 1,000 image, we pay 6 digits or 5 digits, the amount with 5 digits. Now, we've did it in-house. How? Because we believe that we can do. We believe if other can do, we can do it. We believe that, once again, if other can do, we can do. By the end of my presentation, I would like to say, once again, thank you, COVID. Thank you, COVID. Thank you, COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Engineer Singhal. Anybody would like to ask any question? I think we're all set. Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like now to ask our keynote speaker, Mahmoud Amin, Chief Executive Officer, Emirates Flight Catering, to present his speech.
With the video in case we want to. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Dr. Ahmed, thank you very much for arranging this wonderful conference. I'm going to talk today about the challenges the Emirates Flight Catering faced during the pandemic and the lesson learned from this situation. Again, taking leave from Colonel Marwan, we do need to thank COVID because there is a lot of learning, and you will see it from this presentation. So these are the things I'm going to talk about. A little bit about Emirates Flight Catering. There is 2-minute short video, some key figures, and then pandemic on the global scale, a little bit reminder of what happened, and then how the pandemic affected Emirates Flight Catering, specifically Emirates Flight Catering response to the pandemic, and those specific to the catering business, and where is Emirates Flight Catering headed. So this is Emirates Flight Catering main headquarters, main facility. Is most probably when you drive into Dubai Airport, near Terminal 1, on the right-hand side as you're going there. These are some high-level figure. Pre-COVID, we used to produce 225,000 meals per day, annually 76 million, and we have 1,700 chefs and 1,900. Short video. It's about 3 minutes, I think, video.
Provides a world-class experience for doing business in the UAE. From catering, procurement, and laundry through to cleaning and security, we provide an unmatched experience at every stage. We have an appetite for perfection. That's why we take pride in the smallest details and put our partner's mission at the forefront, taking your customer's experience to the next level. We deliver the same level of detail, scale, and that is what sets us apart. Producing 76 million meals a year across 80 authentic cuisines, with a culinary team of 2,000, led by 20 international executive chefs. Our team works around the clock, 365 days a year. From private intimate boardroom meetings, cocktail and gala dinners, to conferences and exhibitions, we execute perfection and detail with a global perspective. Our large-scale operation flows through our procurement, allowing us to source the finest products and premium quality raw ingredients. Fresh salmon from clear Norwegian waters, beautiful Australian lamb from green pastures, and juicy berries from Holland, picked and delivered on the same day. We handle everything from customs clearance to warehousing and inventory management. Our quality is not compromised, no matter the size of job. Another dimension of our services extends to laundry services. With over 660,000 pieces of laundry a day in, day out, our laundry facility is the largest in the UAE. With our modern and extensive facilities and highly skilled staff, we are able to take care of everything. We are with you, begin to end, large to small, with speed and scale, providing convenience and versatility, execution nothing short of creativity and quality, as we partner on this journey, bringing your next venture to life. At Emirates Aviation, we bring you a world experience. Your vision, infinite possibilities.
So this is a short video about catering. Not only catering, we have a laundry business. We are one of the biggest laundry business in whole region with a capacity of 150 ton. This takes us back to 2020, how the situation developed and how quickly. Starting in January, where the first case started to be reported, taking it continent by continent, how quickly situation developed. From January until end of March, suddenly whole world came to stand still. Everywhere shut down. You can see different countries reacted differently, but definitively by end of March, everybody knew that it is serious. The aviation sector financially got impacted quite significantly. The only winner in this business was the freight forwarder and cargo business who made money. But in terms of the different sector, they lost, this is in billion of dollar. Catering globally lost $2.4 billion during this pandemic period. Again, going back to 2020, not only everywhere was shut down, but also there were some countries who were opening and then shutting down again, opening and shutting down. And that created a lot of strain on airline business and also to the other stakeholders like the catering supplier, where we had to mobilize and go forward 2 steps and go backward 1 step. As the flight were being cancelled or different rules and restriction being introduced. But I think it was a matter of survival. Our business had gone down, so we had to react. We had to take any opportunities to generate revenue and be able to continue operation. So it was not a choice. It was by default we had to be resilient. Pre-pandemic, catering was one of the toughest priority for passengers after flight entertainment and then safety of the flight. But it was not anymore during the pandemic. You can see how difficult it was from production of the meal and serving of the meal by cabin crew in the ultra protective, and then the way they were presented to the passenger. Over and above, passenger they had reservation about eating on board because of the hygienic reason, and also some of the restrictions that they had to adhere to during the flight. Cabin crew on top of their head, so that they wear their mask immediately after they finish eating. So it wasn't a pleasant experience. It wasn't the main business anymore in aviation. It was more of a matter of having something served to passenger. On the social economical aspect, the different governments introduced different restrictions, so it all affected airlines flying out of Dubai. It was very unpredictable. The situation keeps changing every day. It was not easy to manage the business with the limited resources that we had retained. But also there was opportunities. It did give us opportunity to rethink of how we do business, to use technology to be able to work remotely. So those were opportunities that we have learned, and we are trying to make best use of it post-pandemic. And also, it is
some kind of a starting point for us to go more robotic, more automation, introduce more automation. From the cost perspective, it was significant. It was devastating sometimes. The scarcity of raw material because of the supply chain issues and the challenges was difficult. So it was a time where we had some time to go to local retailers and procure our raw material. But still, we managed it. We tried to support the main airline, Emirates Airline, and also any airline that were flying out of Dubai. Immediately after the COVID situation developed, we did look at our cost. Manpower is the major driver in the catering business, so we took different measures, several measures, sending people on unpaid leave. We had some mandate at group level to send for redundancy. 29% of our staff we did make them redundant, and then we retained 50% of our staff so that we are ready. We knew the situation is not going to end, but still we need our core team to be always available. This chart, it is good news and bad news, good story and bad story. It shows how situation was good pre-pandemic, suddenly dipped down, number of flights from 400 flights per day out of Dubai, suddenly it went to 133 flights by July, and mainly these flights were cargo flights or some restricted flights, passenger flights. But gradually situation starts to improve. From 450 now, right now it is currently is 420. So we are very close to pre-COVID numbers. We are at 93% of the pre-COVID number in terms of flight. In terms of meal production, we dipped down to from 213,000. We went down to 20,000 meals per day, and those 20,000 was mainly to serve a cargo airplane and crew. But now we are at 80% of pre-COVID, so not too far from getting back to the pre-COVID number. Again, this is a good story. Situation bounced back much quicker than anybody had thought. Luckily, we were ready here to meet the demand of our customers, especially Emirates and Fly Dubai. On the workforce, we did went down to 43% by redundancy and paid leave. We are back to 98%. Again, we have over-provisioned here because of the unpredictability of business and readiness to bounce back. We're going to look back once the situation stabilizes, and we're going to take measures based on the lesson learned from the COVID in terms of productivity. And our target is not to exceed 90% of our pre-COVID workforce. There were good stories as well. The government of UAE were one of the most proactive government. They very quickly realized and learned that we have to live with COVID. Immediately after the initial lockdown, there were measures put in place to make life easy, to keep welfare of people, citizens and residents in mind, and also people visiting UAE. There was, from the vaccination drive, I think government took proactive measures. They ordered the vaccine long before it was even certified. From the PCR, it was readily available, easily available, and affordable, close to $20. Last year, this time I was in Switzerland. It cost me 168 euros to do a PCR test to cross the border, just to allow to cross the border, and for a family of 5, it's quite an expensive exercise. There were a lot of business as well on the other side. Some of the businesses, they thought this is in the way. They were not ready to rebound. So those are businesses who are missing out from taking the opportunities of the situation of the current business, as we see. So these are the 4 pillars that we have kind of got a wake-up call to put more focus on it. One is the sustainability. The COVID did remind us that we do have to be sustainable, we do have to be self-sufficient. One of the examples that Emirates Flag Catering has done, one of the investment, is the Bostanica, which started during the COVID. It finished and started operation in June of this year. It has a capacity of 3,000 leafy green production per day. So it's not only is going to be sufficient for local market, but we are looking at exporting it to the region as well. On the food security as well, Emirates Flag Catering is an active member of the government food security working force, and we are putting an investment in place to be part of that journey. Like I said, we do have a program to be more lean using Six Sigma. This is something that work in progress, and as soon as situation reaches sustainable, we will be taking some dramatic measures to re-engineer our business and operations. On terms of diversification, yes, COVID told us that we do need to diversify source of revenue beside the airline. We are right now, Bostanica is as well part of our diversification. We have set up a Kosher Arabia as a business that will play a critical role in kosher meal internationally, regionally, and then internationally. And also we are building big on our event business, non-airline event business, like today's event, supporting Dr. Ali's initiative. And also we will be big in the setup of outlets within Dubai as well. We're going to work on improving. And our laundry business, we have extended to hospitality and the health sector. So there are main three key learnings from the COVID situation. One was that ideation, we need and a continuous improvement. We do have now initiative to relook at all aspects of our business and with the continuous improvement in mind. Use of analytic and market assessment, whether it be procurement of the raw material, wastage, and market share, gain of market share. And then also business readiness and adaptability, to be adaptable to any changes, any developing situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amin. Anyone would like to give any questions? Yes, please.
Morning. My name is Pakarvatishwaran. I'm a student in this university. I have a question for you. Ever since the pandemic started, people started discussing about climate change, the sustainability, and organic products. So as a flight catering organization, what are your future action plans, or what are your actions right now that you're doing in order to maintain sustainability and give organic foods to your customers? And one more question is, after the post-pandemic, the supply chain management and the stock management has been fluctuating because of the inflation, the wars that's happening across the world. So how is Emirates Flight Catering managing these problems and overcoming these situations that they're facing right now?
Yeah, to answer to your first question, in terms of the sustainability, like I explained, one of the big investment we have done in excess of 200 million dirham to create the indoor production of the leafy greens. These are, it has a capacity of 3,000 tons. It is part of the global initiative for sustainability. It does save a lot of the carbon emission and also the soil erosion. And we are as well looking at other initiatives in terms of the procurement of our raw material locally rather than importing. And also the other element is we are using technology. We are starting to look at the technology where our food wastage will reduce dramatically. We are working with Emirates Airline as well in terms of the monitoring passenger consumptions and be able to more efficiently plan the meal on board. So this is your first question. Your second question was about remind me?
It was about stock management and supply chain.
Yeah, about the pricing. Yeah, I mean, definitely, like I explained, the inflation has impacted our business significantly, or raw material, procurement of raw material. To an extent, we have tried to pass those increase to our customer, but also we have tried to find more efficient way of production and be able to sustain some of those cost increase. It's not over yet, but still there is quite a number of challenges ahead over the next 1 year. The challenge with the inflation that this continues to increase. So we're really in the phase where we're trying to adapt as we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amin. Any more questions? No, we're fine. Thank you, Mr. Amin.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll move on to our next keynote speaker, Dr. Bijan Vasi, Professor of Economics and Finance at Emirates Aeronautical University, to present his speech.
Yes, that's right, yes. I'm sorry. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you today, and thanks for the kind invitation of the organizing committee. I'm very happy to be here. The subject of my presentation is the same as the theme of the conference. I'm just looking at the impact of coronavirus on air transport industry. Knowing the limited time I have, my concentration is provide a brief introduction about COVID pandemic, economic impact, and then the economic impact on air transport industry. As we know that industry comprises of airline, airport, aircraft manufacturing, leasing company, catering company, that we had an excellent presentation today and so forth. After that, I would be talking about a little bit summarizing my discussion, and then have a few minutes for question and answer. What I should say at the outset, the COVID pandemic drastically interrupted the global economy. At the same time, reduced significantly air travel growth. And if it was not because of proper and timely reaction by many governments around the world, by injecting massive amount of capital to the system, in the case of hundreds of billions of dollars of money to the system, we would have seen massive amount of bankruptcy, unemployment globally. Having said that, still we see that many airlines in Latin America, in North America, in Europe, they filed for bankruptcy and have been out of business. Proper reaction by government in North America, Latin America, Europe, Africa, they injected massive amount of cash to the system, and they were able to reduce the hardship on global public. As we said that in 2020, if we see that 2020 after the 2019, the level of air transportation dropped by about 60%. We reached about 40% of pre-pandemic. The revenue from $700 billion reduced to about something about 328. Having said that, airline lost massive historical losses in 2020. The loss of airline was something about $120 billion. If we look at airline, the loss of 2020 was more than the amount of the revenue they generated in the previous 10 years. Airline industry naturally, inherently, they are not profitable. Airline industry inherently is the least profitable industry in the world, but the pandemic severely really impacted air transportation.
Fortunately, as we see that we are in the industry, we see that the level of traffic after lockdown, they were over, went back to normal. We received a number of travelers during the summer of last year, was about 75% of the pre-pandemic. Means majority of travelers came back. But unfortunately, majority of business travelers still are not back. Knowing the fact that roughly about 60% of airline revenue comes from business travelers, that is not a good news for them. And I'm not expecting the level of business traveler go back to the normal before 2024 and 25. Why? One, because of the fact that many companies, they are not making profit. Lack of profitability means that the first thing we are really cutting back level of travel. The other one, fortunately or unfortunately, virtual meeting, like Zoom. Practically virtual meeting have really replaced the need for face-to-face travel. Therefore, we have a good news, we have a bad news. The bad news is that I don't see, based on the research we have done, the level of business traveler come back to normal as well. Again, as we see that the chart on the right-hand side shows during 2020 and 2021, the world economy lost about 10% of their GDP. The amount of GDP dropped by about, what happened to my, I keep on going. The bad news, I don't stop. The level of GDP dropped by about 10%. Means that really our gross GDP was about $80 trillion, dropped about 72. Having said that, we can say that the amount of unemployment during 2021 and 2 reached to historical figure of 120 million people, they were really unemployed. I really wanted to, okay. As I mentioned that air travel is I always say that the management of airline is the most difficult task. Why airline industry is subject to seasonal, cyclical variation, is subject to economic shock. Economic shock comprises what? Threat of terrorism, oil shortage, a spread of what? Communicable diseases. These are the factors that are out of control of the airlines. If you see the right-hand side, generally airline industry is growing at a multiple of GDP. If GDP, gross domestic product, is increasing by about 3%, that country is experiencing growth of roughly about 4.5 to 5%. World economy enjoyed significant economic growth until 1973. 1973, most of us, we know that we have oil embargo. The price of oil increased from $2.75 per gallon, roughly about to $12, and that choked air transportation. The cost of fuel increased, number of air travel dropped. For about 3 years, from 1973 to 1976, airlines lost number of passengers. But then what happened? We enjoyed economic growth. Air transportation enjoyed sustained economic growth. Unfortunately, we reached to 1980 Iran-Iraq war. At that time, attack to oil tanker, increased the price of oil to roughly about $40 per barrel. Again, what another shock to airline industry. The cost increased significantly. Airline lost significant amount of passenger. Then what happened after fourth quarter, the industry came back to normality. The growth started. Then what happened? We saw that, Asian crisis. The most important thing was 9/11. I try to summarize for the sake of time. You would see all of them on the table. But what happened, as we see, look at the COVID pandemic, because the number of air travel dropped roughly to about 90%, it reaches up to the airline to 1973. That was unheard of, the amount of losses the industry suffered. Going back that takes a lot of hardship and so forth. This chart on the top, I was in Istanbul, Turkey in May of 2020. You see that was a ghost town, no one was there. Most airports, they lost significant amount of money and so forth because of the lockdown and so forth that we experienced. Okay. Not all of the airlines, they lost the same amount. We have some airlines, they have very small country base, like Hong Kong, Japan, Emirates, and so forth. They are mainly depending on international travel. But some of them, they have very high, strong country base. The amount of lockdown did not really impact them. As I see that, look at, for example, Singapore and Hong Kong, the level of travel dropped by about 89%, 90%. Practically, but if you see the case of, for example, China, even though China has limited international travel, but the travel inside China was some type of relatively really easy. And we see that exception is India. At the beginning, they were so relaxed with COVID, the number of passengers increased, but then since India experienced a massive amount of infection with COVID, they went. Therefore, that shows that management of one airline with respect to the other airline are totally different, and that is okay. Now, I would like to summarize that. Again, some of the information today we have heard in the previous presentation by our excellent speaker. As we see 2020, the number of seats in the aircraft dropped by more than 50%. Number of aircraft dropped by about 75%, but the number of seats by 50%. Passenger flown from 4.2 billion dropped by 2.7 billion. And we see that airline lost about $372 billion. That's unheard of, the amount of income they lost. When we go to 2021, a year later, because we saw that there are some vaccine, some precaution, as was our excellent presenter before mentioned about, testing at the airport, we see still airline brought back as a number of seats. The number of seats was taken out of the market as about 40%. Still, we see that the number of passengers with respect to 2019 was less than how much? 2.2 billion. And the amount of revenue was $342 billion less than 2019. But if we go to 2020, this year, the jury is still off. That's the best estimation we have. We are going back to seat to the market, but not all of the seats came back. The number of seats in 2020 is something about 20% less than 2019. And still, this is a bad year for airline. The loss of revenue is something about $1.1 to $1.2 billion. All of us will know about the human losses, the tragedy. Millions of people died because of COVID, but really the loss of financial losses of COVID was unbearable. And if it was not because of, as I mentioned, that proper and timely reaction by the government, by injecting cash to the system, our economy would much more. The cash that injected itself, you see that has translated to very high inflation. Many countries around the world right now, they are experiencing, I come from US, we have roughly about 12% inflation. That's unheard of. Our inflation was something about 2 or 3%. But this is the cost that we are paying in order to make that the system is not really collapsing. Again, this is by McKinsey Group, shows that the total loss of air transportation is roughly about 200. You see that aircraft manufacturer lose about $12.2 billion. After that, you see that, airport is 31, manufacturer, aircraft lessor lost about 8.6 billion. Catering, ground service, the only group in the value chain did not lose is what? Air cargo, that's right. Air cargo is the only in the value chain that they did not lose. Okay. Again, what's happened to the value of the aircraft? Value of the aircraft was plummeted as a result of the fact that many airlines postponed their delivery of the aircraft. Many airlines canceled the order, and the price of aircraft was dropped precipitously. As we see that more than 16,000 passenger aircraft. About 70% of the aircraft, they were grounded. Orders for aircraft, order received by Boeing and Airbus was down by about 55%. As we see that in the case of Airbus has 2 manufacturing plants in North America. They were producing Airbus A320 and Airbus 320. They tried to really stop production and lay off people. Likewise, in the case of what? Boeing totally stopped production of 787, the best aircraft they were producing. Okay. What's the difference between airline and aircraft manufacturer? Airline, as I said, are highly seasonal. Management is very difficult. In the case of aircraft manufacturer, it's not seasonal, it is what? Cyclical. As we see that this chart shows that we see that something happened in 2001. Terrorism in US shattered the world confidence with respect to air travel. Many airlines canceled their order and reduced capacity. As we see that the number of orders from 1,200 order delivery per year dropped to roughly about 900. And what happened since 2006? We have very high and enjoyable growth for aircraft delivery. Aircraft delivery increased until 2019. Does anyone know what happened in 2019? That aircraft delivery dropped precipitously. Excellent, not COVID. Boeing had 2 fatal crashes of Boeing 737 MAX, and that forced regulator in US, FAA, to ground aircraft. I put it the black because it's not really, that's a Boeing delivery drop, but we see that 2020 and 2021, the number of aircraft delivery dropped precipitously as a result of what? COVID pandemic. I was telling about what's happened to aircraft lessor. Aircraft lessor, they lost significant amount of money. As we see the value of the aircraft, the market value of the aircraft, as we see the wide body, drop between 5 to 19% for new generation. New generation, we are talking about the Airbus A350, 787, and so forth. They lost modestly as compared as what? Legacy. Legacy include what? 747, the other one, and
I include Airbus A380 in that one. We see the value of those aircraft lost between 90 to 56%. And if we are looking at the narrow-body aircraft, that's the asset of lessor. Lessor lost significant amount of money. In the case of lessor, regional jet lost 4% to 21, and narrow-body new generation, like Airbus 320, Neo, and so forth, they lost moderate amount. Now, what is happening to lease rate? Of course, it is 2020, it is not 2022, because of high demand right now, those aircraft. The wide body, again, lease rate really mimicking the value, roughly between 7 to 60%, and wide body 10 to 20. Narrow body was the best element, and we see regional loss 5 to 20. Therefore, having said that, leasing company also suffered significantly economic losses due to pandemic. Airport. We have roughly about 4,000 commercial airports in the world. I can tell you that out of that 4,000 airports, at least about 50% of them, they have financial profit problem of meeting their contractual agreement, because of the fact that you know that airport and airline, like something they're providing like a wife and husband, you know, if airline is not operating, airport does not have any passenger, they don't get any revenue from air side and land side. Therefore, we see that airline, airport have been really lost significant amount of money. 2020, at least estimated is about $20 billion, the loss of revenue by company. Again, as you see that the right-hand chart is very interesting, shows that the percentage of the drop in the number of passengers as compared to 2019 is different for different parts of the world. North America was relatively liberal in COVID policy. We see North America is not losing that much, and therefore the other one as compared as Asia Pacific and so forth. The Middle East airport revenue dropped by about 70%, and these are the fact that really COVID would impact what airport, majority of airport today, they have a significant amount of financial problem to meet the debt obligation, the interest payment on their debt. And they need significant amount of what, okay. I'm going to summarize this in the fourth of the chart, the right-hand side. That shows the pre-COVID and change with the post-COVID. Africa airport losses about 51% of their revenue. Europe about 62. Europe is what's a little bit more aggressive with COVID policy and restriction. You see that in the case of Middle East, 50%, 53% North America and world. These are the fact that we see that at least the revenue of the airport was dropped by about 50%, concluding rebound. Aviation industry has been greatly affected by COVID pandemic. I'm talking about entire industry except cargo. Cargo was a little bit beneficiary because of the lockdown situation. Everyone had to really send the material by air cargo. As I said, along with human tragedy, the crisis has also resulted in dramatic change in global economy. Still, we see that industry, like auto manufacturing and computer, they have not come back to normal. Still, you see that the US Ford production is about 30% less than before. Why? Because they were depending on part that comes from computer chips from, say, China. Right, that the previous speaker mentioned that US is changing. Now US is bringing back a lot of outsourced product back to US. Right now, if you are in inventory management, you know that we call that JIT, just in time. We were depending on just in time means that, you know, you don't need to have inventory, you place order for inventory whenever you need. But COVID pandemic really shattered that. I don't think JIT would work anymore, and everyone needs to know that something similar to COVID would happen, and we need to have some sort of safety inventory. By saying that, I would conclude my presentation. If you have any question, I would be more than happy to entertain as far as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Basit. Anybody would like to ask? Yes?
Morning. My name is Bakaratishwaran. I'm a student. I have two questions for you. So ever since the pandemic started, or even after the pandemic, well, there are people who want to save money in air travel. So there are many low-cost airlines who's looking for alternatives, and even manufacturers are helping them, such as the new A321 XLR, which can travel from London to New York. So do you think the narrow-body aircrafts are going to be the future for low-cost airlines to travel from one place to another?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? What is about low-cost airline?
No, I'm going to say, like, since manufacturers are producing narrow-body aircrafts for longer range, so do you think low-cost airlines are going to be the next market dominers compared to the luxury airlines?
You see that if you are talking about low-cost airline, everyone knows that low-cost airline globally, I can say with 100% confidence, they mimic their operation based on an airline. Successful low-cost airline was US, called that Southwest Airline. They were using narrow-body, one-seat configuration, and so forth. Majority of market for low-cost airline was domestic market. Therefore, the market that is less than, for example, 3,000 miles, I don't think that low-cost airline would have that type of really a business model to interfere like a legacy airline to come full service. I think the market for low-cost, even though you had a very good point, you see the range for narrow-body aircraft continuously is increasing. Right now, Boeing 737 MAX has a range of about 4,000, 5,000 miles. Therefore, you can fly. Right now, JetBlue Airline is flying from US to Europe with a narrow body. I think new narrow body airlines are really replacing the need for wide body aircraft like 747 and so forth.
My second question is, every airport in the world, like the major competitors like UAE, US, and other countries, predicted that the aviation industry is going to come back. But where do you think the UK Heathrow Airport went wrong when they are predicting this type of analysis? Because of this, they are facing losses. Even because of their misconception, airlines are also facing major losses. So where do you think they made a mistake, or is it just
You say about UK airport?
Yeah, the Heathrow.
Do you mean about Heathrow?
Yeah, the Heathrow, the cap.
Please remember that Heathrow Airport is one of the airports in the world that they have severe slot limitation. Heathrow Airport is not an airport, it is cheap to the value of each slot out of London Heathrow is about, anyone can guess how much is that slot out of London Heathrow? How much? More, about 80 million. The value of each slot is 80 million. Therefore, that 80 million you are getting, that should translate in the ticket prices. If you fly from London airport, it's very expensive. That's the reason you don't see any low-cost airport out of London Heathrow. Therefore, Heathrow has reached to full capacity. They have limitations. They are trying for so many years to build another runway. They have difficulty. But Heathrow Airport is mainly for network carrier with a lot of business traveler. They are willing to pay very high prices and so forth. I don't see any future for, but of course, if you're looking London Gatwick, Stansted, and so forth, there's some sort of competition to London Heathrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nasser. Are we all set? Any more questions? I think we're fine. Thank you, Dr. Razik. Thank you all for your attendance. We'll take another 15-minute break. We'll be back at 11:25. Thank you.
هذا بدنا نعمله هيك هسه هيك مشان يكون هيك اوكي
And you guys know the score by now. It's going to be 15 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions. So you've got 15 minutes to think of some really good, difficult questions. I'll pass across.
Yep. I'll just make sure this is working. Yep. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and thank you to all of the organising committee, Emirates Aviation University and all of the partners, including MData, for inviting me to present this research on behalf of myself and Beverly Bowden, who I will explain who she is shortly. So our research is on understanding the landside passenger experience during the UK airport delays during this year. So really I'll sort of outline who we are, and then I'll present our paper and justification for the research, and then just explain some of the primary objectives of the study and how we collected data to complete this process. And then we sort of provide some recommendations for future airport challenges. So, sorry you've already, you can see who I am, but also this is my colleague, Beverly Bowden. She is head of department of finance, performance and marketing, and she's also principal lecturer in aviation management. So over 25 years in aviation management, and my PhD, my PhD, which I completed a couple of years ago, and most of my research has been in about fan and consumer experiences. So we wanted to look at the airport experiences of consumers, and we've already heard in some of the earlier presentations during this session about some of the issues with some of the airports in the UK, mainly London Heathrow. But what our primary objective of the study was really to provide a theoretical overview of customer experience, because people know what obviously the customer experience is, and there's a lot of theory on this, but we wanted to look at the airport passenger experience and the changes since the onset of the pandemic, which although we're post the majority of the lockdowns, it's still not over. We're also then going to sort of explicate the methodological processes that we went through, because we looked at a qualitative format, so we want to obviously explain how we did this. And then we wanted to analyse the impact of airport delays on passenger experiences at the UK airports from an empirical consumer perspective, and then just sort of look at what were the key factors which led to the delays, or were the thing that impacted on the passenger experience during the spring and the summer of 2022 in particular. So any hands, anyone been to a UK airport this year in 2022? Any hands, anyone? A few hands here and there. Okay, so these are the sorts of things that we found that you would find in the media. All of these things, airport chaos. Why is there airport chaos at UK airports? Gatwick chaos. Holiday makers passing out in boiling terminals amid UK heatwave. Airport chaos, delays in queues. Manchester Airport half-term chaos, half-term travel bloodbath. Now, we know that obviously the media creates panics, and we see these things, but this was a common theme particularly when air travel restarted after the January to March 2022 lockdown in the UK. So, as we have a growing aviation academy, we decided to look, we discussed this as a team, and we looked and we were like, well, we're seeing all of these headlines, so how can we look at what the issues are, and how can we sort of look to gain some research on what the passengers are experiencing during these delays? And there was a justification for this. Now, for anyone who understands worldwide politics, I won't demonstrate any political affiliation, but the UK is in massive flux, okay? People know about Brexit, the rotating leadership in the Conservative government, and obviously the COVID-19 pandemic. So we weren't trying to find the reasons just for the delays, but because the media outlets, as I showed on the previous slide, they have already highlighted this in isolated incidents. So we didn't want to look at the media or the moral panics that we found in the media. We wanted to look at what the passengers' experiences, and how we could look at how the stakeholders, if there could be some sort of communicative strategies that could look at not who's to blame, but how can there be more synergies in terms of people communicating to make the passenger experience more fluid in the 2023 seasons. So I don't really need to explain the landside airside process, but we have got it on this slide, and for the purposes of this presentation, we actually focused on the landside, but for our wider study that we hope to submit to aerospace, we actually looked at both landside and airside. But for the process of this presentation, I'm going to focus on the landside experiences and how that has been impacted. So methodologically, this was our data collection. So it was from a qualitative approach, so an interpretive paradigm, and we used two methods, typically participant observation. Obviously, we had to go through the process to ensure that we could obviously ask the passengers their experiences, and then particularly informal conversations. Now, for some people, obviously, it's a popular method, but not one that a lot of people use because they tend to use interviews. Now, we really were looking at, we thought that they could have been unstructured interviews, but they were informal conversations due to the time that they took and the nature of the discourse and the setting. So we didn't take the passengers away from their journey through the landside experience. We actually asked them whilst they were going through the experience. And this is why they were informal conversations. And it was for these three reasons on the slide. So if they were receiving unsatisfactory information, they would become very emotive. So we didn't want to sort of take them away and say that they would have been like sort of stumbling or been, well, obviously upset or unhappy. We didn't want to slow down their process of going through the airport process, particularly the landside process where there's lots of checking. And we didn't want to agitate the passengers by trying to obviously remove their family, friends or other passengers from the queuing process. So what we really were looking at was collecting this in lots of different locations. Now, a lot of people have heard of the issues at the likes of London Heathrow and Stansted and London Gatwick, but we thought that we needed to go to lots of different locations across the UK. This was for the landside study, but for the wider study, we actually looked into a number of other airports as well, including the likes of Gatwick and Luton, and we also looked at another airport in Wales. But we had 551 respondents for the landside element, and we had 879 respondents in total. We attended these airports from March to August 2022. So to the point at which obviously we had to submit this study, that was where we concluded the data collection, and towards the end of the summer season when people were going back to either education or back to work. Now, the way we didn't get a microphone out and start recording people. Obviously, we wanted to record out obviously our notes or take our notes down really on phone so that it didn't look like we were doing obviously unstructured interviews. And we sort of looked at this and we got a common theme. Now, myself and Beverly, we didn't attend the airports together. Okay, we went separately on our journeys with family, friends, or individually. But we just wanted to make sure that we could generate some themes to make sure that we could understand where the issues were, where people actually, the positive experiences, but also the negative experiences during the delays. So in terms of our findings, we found that it was really about rethinking the approach. And we know that obviously there's different elements in different areas of the world, but there were these three areas where we found there were issues. So in terms of the arrival, there's lots of different issues in the UK at present. There's a rising number of train strikes. Now, there are train strikes at the moment in the United Kingdom every month, at least once, twice a month. And this is causing significant delays on people actually arriving at the airport. Alongside this, with obviously the rate of inflation, we've got airport car parking increases linked to the pandemic as well, and then a hike in hotel room prices. So typically, people who were told that there were cancellations or delays would then book the hotels for that night, which meant that people that were arriving on the delays would end up like this. Okay, so this is what we would tend to find. Okay, these airport halls became, the airports became sleeping halls. because people couldn't get away from the airports or couldn't even find accommodation upon arrival. Also, with the media panics, we found that people would arrive earlier, okay, because of transport issues or just in terms of what they've seen in the media. And this linked to a sort of time. So time was the most significant of the factors that we noticed that changed. Okay, because of these warnings, there was a sort of a panic that was created and people were turning up. People were turning up for flights at 8 a.m., at 2 a.m. Okay, that's what we were finding, and this was creating a massive bottleneck of people queuing. This is at least Bradford Airport. So when were people obviously getting there, then they were obviously finding issues in terms of check-in. Now, in terms of check-in, due to obviously the cuts in staff that was articulated by previous presentation members and also by people who are going to present later today and tomorrow, we found that there was a lack of staff. So when people were checking in, instead of there being 10 to 20 check-ins, there were 1 or 2 members of staff on desks. And this was on short-haul and long-haul airlines. And we found that there was a lack of communication in terms of staff being actually there to provide information for passengers who were arriving at the airport and trying to check in. There just wasn't enough staff. So I think that with the restart and the demand for travel, they didn't recruit quickly enough. And obviously with issues of Brexit, there were a lot of number of staff that were typically in certain jobs that had actually left the UK and gone to other parts of the world for work. We also found with security that, as you will have experienced, that they were just being manned by less people. And this was, again, we found issues with the same, talking to the passengers, understanding that these are the parts of the experience that they want, this is where an impression can be made. And typically when you've experienced this, but when you go through an airport, when you get to security, when you've passed through security, there's sometimes a button or set of buttons in different colours that ask for your experiences as you've got through the landside element of the airport experience. And that's usually one of the places where people are they can be very agitated if they've had a bad experience. So what we found was that we needed to ask them before they got to this stage to make sure we could get some balanced perspectives, because asking them after they've got through security, if they've been waiting for 2 to 3 hours, they would be quite upset. So, as I know I'm coming towards the end of my time, some of our final thoughts, we found that informal conversations are an important data collection method when exploring live airport research, because if you start to pull or remove a passenger from their experience with it, when they're already being quite agitated at getting through the airport, that they would definitely provide negative perspectives. So we found that doing this during the process or during the journey, that this actually helped gain more of a balanced perspective. But that departure times were the key element. So we actually found that it was typically in the morning, so the 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Was when we found that there were the most, where the issues were, or where we found there were significant issues in terms of arrival at airport, the check-in and security, and the issues. We did find that later in the afternoon and in the evening there weren't these issues. But I know that there'll be people in the room and watching online that will have experienced issues in the daytime and in the evenings as well. But we really think in terms of the future, so what does this mean? We think that the synergies are needed, and although I've put here about the airlines and the airports, we think that there's more joint consultation that is needed between governments, local authorities and other stakeholders that can help that if this happens again, although obviously we haven't had this sort of global pandemic since Spanish flu in 1918, 1919, if this thing happens again, then there needs to be more communicated strategies, or there needs to be more joint consultations between the different stakeholders. That's what we found that was the issue. What we did find though, that we could say that from this study, you could say, well, this recency bias, obviously if you're going to attend an airport, in the middle of July in London or in Manchester, that you are going to find that there's going to be people that are going to be agitated, as you will have seen in the news. So the data collection timing could be seen as an issue, hence why we visited at different times of the day, but we would look to do this again in 2023 and even into 2024 to understand that as the whole sector sort of gets back on its feet, then that we can obviously work out if there's still these issues or if this is just confined to the UK airports. And we do understand that these issues were evident in different parts of the globe, but we do encourage other scholars to sort of explore this in their regions and obviously look at other ways in which they can collect data from passengers during their actual airport experience. Thank you. Any questions?
Make them difficult ones. He went over by 27 seconds. Question at the back.
Oh. Question at the front or question at the back?
Well, okay, do we have another one?
Thank you. Sarah Brooks from Emirates Airline, and a British person who's experienced exactly what you're talking about. Did you do any analysis, or do you plan to do any analysis, not just on departures, but on the arrival experience? Yeah. Because personally, the biggest bottleneck is actually UK immigration when you're coming from the other side.
Yeah, but obviously we looked at what the media were reporting on. So that was why we looked at the land side, the departures first, because they were looking at, look, people are actually trying to get on their holiday. That's what they focused on. So that's what led us to do that. But yeah, we also considered arrivals as well as part of the wider study.
Hello.
Thank you. But yeah, we also found in terms of, like I said, there's also the issues in terms of luggage, like you said, in terms of when people have actually tried to get their luggage to actually leave the airport. That was one of the main issues. And like I said, actually getting in terms of immigration, we found was a clear point of consternation. Thank you. Hi.
First of all, thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation. I'm Professor Vincent Coppinger, aviation lawyer. In terms of the future, are you prepared, would you say, in a much better way now for any other second or third or fourth waves which are coming through?
In terms of the waves, in terms of what?
Yes, in terms of your preparation for it and your ability to move into the next stage of such a process.
So it's the mic. But in terms of, do you mean in terms of our presentation?
Yes.
In terms of when we've collected data?
Precisely, yes.
Oh yeah, yeah, we are. I think that definitely we'd look to do this in terms of a wider study, in terms of the wider study with more data collectors. In terms of, I think it really looks at. We can't just look at, obviously. We also don't think we can just look at it from the passenger experience. We also think that there might also be the need to look at it from the staffing perspective.
So in a way, you've modelled, haven't you? You've modelled for the future, so you know that you'll be extremely well prepared if such a next wave of pandemic comes along.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the communication that we've had with the airports, or the links that we have into the airports will lead us to be able to collect more data more efficiently than us trying to sort of scramble to different airports across a certain period. And we'll obviously be able to use some of their statistical data as well, which we think might help or make obviously our method a bit stronger.
And one last question. I detect a Manchester accent there, am I right?
Yorkshire, Leeds.
Oh, Yorkshire lad, okay. Who's going to win the game this afternoon?
Can I answer that question here? Well, I think England, but I think it'll be quite a slow match.
The right answer.
Thanks.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question. Hello, my name is Risha. I'm from Maldives.
Nice to meet you.
I work with the National Airline and in the field of sales and marketing. So one of the things that when we study about the passenger experiences, we understand the psychological analysis Is there anything you've understood through that process that determined any determinants or any factors that were relating to the behavior of them based on the psychological analysis?
Yeah, I think that one of the things we think that needs to be considered is we don't want to make this a class-based argument or looking at the characteristics or the demographics of the certain passengers, looking at short-haul and long-haul or luxury airlines. We said that there might be differences, and that it needs to be more specific. We probably need to look at short-haul passengers and their psychological factors of what they require or what they expect from them. Actually matter to their psyche when they do approach either departures or arrivals.
Thank you.
Thanks. One at the back.
One very quick question.
Yes. Morning. My name is Bakarateshwaran. And my question to you is, you were talking about the issues faced by the UK airport. During the pandemic, do you think there were strategies that were so useful for the UK airports that they can keep on implementing for their future purpose? And even if there's any events like this happening again, do you think that any strategy which can help them recover from these type of situations again?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it was something that was done across the UK or at the airports, but reflecting on, if we go back to London 2012, the Olympic Games, the Summer Olympic Games, when there were issues in terms of staffing, they drafted in the army. And I think that there should have been more of that to actually guide or direct passengers in airports. That might have stopped certain disruptions that occurred in airports. I think that there might have been more order if they'd have done that, particularly in a time where there was obviously not as much of a call to war or call to arms as there is obviously at present.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Now, next presenter is Sebastian Hall, and he's an Emirates employee and 777 pilot. And he's going to talk about a very interesting topic which relates to a new or different way of looking at pilot retention, which I think is an extremely important topic at the moment. I'll pass it across to Jeff.
Thank you, Dorian.
Yep.
This photo was taken 6 years ago, the day after I joined Emirates in 2016. The photo is all of my batchmates there. We're all wearing our own clothes because we're on our way to be issued our new Emirates uniform. The guy that I want to bring your attention to is this chap here. His name's Lance. He's from Australia. And he's what we call a sim buddy. So we did all of our sim training together, taking it in turns to be in the left seat and the right seat here. And obviously meant we spent an awful lot of time together going through training, but also at the same time relocating our families to Dubai. We naturally became pretty good friends. We'd play golf with each other every week. Our daughters were good friends, and our wives would drink wine until the early hours of the morning. So as I'm sure you can imagine, I was pretty disappointed when he told me recently that he was resigning and going back to Australia to join Jetstar. So why do I tell you about Lance? Well, Lance is not an isolated case. Almost all airlines at the moment are experiencing high levels of turnover as they scramble to employ or even re-employ pilots to meet the rapidly recovering global demand for air travel. As someone who's been interested in managing pilots for a long time and someone who recognizes the vital importance of pilot retention, I decided to start investigating solutions. And I think I found one. So I started writing, and today I'm going to tell you about what I came up with. Job embeddedness theory, is it a solution to the global commercial pilots problem? So that's me. As Dorian said, I'm 777 pilot here with Emirates, have been for the last 6 years. Before that, I was in the Royal Air Force in the UK for 16 years. Before retiring, the last 6 years of my service, I was a squadron leader with management responsibilities for plenty of pilots as well as other aircrew. In 2019, I wrote a paper which was peer-reviewed and accepted for publication in the International Journal of Aviation Management, where the primary contention was that all the world's professional pilots are basically the same, which is important to an airline's HR department because it means that if an airline can work out the correct HR policy, then it should work especially well because all of the pilots are basically like clones. The most recent paper that I wrote here asks whether that ideal HR strategy could be something called job embeddedness theory. So to present the paper, I'm going to start by hopefully convincing you first of all that there is indeed a problem with a pilot shortage. I will then briefly explain the fundamentals of job embeddedness theory before finally explaining to you why I think that job embeddedness might hold the key to solving this problem. Okay, let's start with the problem itself then. Is there really a global commercial pilot shortage anyway? Well, it's certainly true that there have been seemingly incessant claims of pilot shortages since two brothers named Wright first took to the skies. In truth, many of these previous claims, I think, have been a result of motivated reasoning by organizations and trade unions who have a vested interest in there being such a shortage. I think in reality, and with the benefit of hindsight, it's probably fair to say that many of these historical doomsday predictions were proven to be, if not wrong, just a little exaggerated. However, I'm here to convince you that this time it's genuine and there is indeed a shortage. This is a direct quote here from the recent Boeing 2022 pilot technician outlook forecast. It's referenced in the paper, but actually my opinion's changed on it slightly. It sounds very dramatic in reality because it's a statistic. However, it's unhelpful because it doesn't offer any forecast of pilot supply alongside the increasing demand. So in actual fact, I think when we're trying to determine the likelihood of a shortage, it's pretty much useless. So I'm now more inclined to gather independent research and analysis like this one from Oliver Wyman. This was done over a year ago when the outlook for global air travel actually looked a lot bleaker than it does today. And for this reason, I believe that if anything, this projection actually underestimates the severity of the pilot shortage problem. You can see the headline figure is that within the next 10 years, there'll be a deficit of 79,000 pilots. So what is job embeddedness? Let's look at what we mean by that term. It all started with these two academics from the University of Washington, Terence Mitchell here on the left and Thomas Lee standing up. Sadly, Tom Lee passed away last year at the age of just 68. In 1995, they were conducting research for a manuscript they were writing together about employee turnover, and specifically on something called the unfolding model, which looked at the journey an employee takes from first thinking about leaving a job to then finally quitting. It was called the unfolding model because they likened it to the process of something that's multifaceted and tends to unfold step by step. One of the key parts of the unfolding model was the hitherto underestimated influence of a shock. A shock is something which is characterized as any event or occasion that dramatically alters an employee's attitude to his or her job and makes them begin considering leaving. It was during this research on the unfolding model that Tom Lee noted that the interviews they were conducting for the research focused exclusively on reasons why people leave their jobs. Then the light bulb moment. Lee asked Mitchell whether it might be more revealing to instead consider why it is people stay in their jobs rather than why they leave. Almost instantly, Mitchell, who himself had been working at the University of Washington continuously since 1969, replied and said exactly, all we know about is staying. We don't know anything about leaving. It was asking this question about why people stayed in jobs that ultimately led to the development of the job embeddedness theory. The basic premise is that the likelihood of somebody remaining in a job is positively correlated with their level of embeddedness within that organization or the community around it. Brooks Holton was a PhD student of Lee and Mitchell, and he identified there are three core elements to indicate how connected an individual is within their organization. First of all, there's the fit, which can be characterized as the degree to which an individual fits the environment with their own goals and values. Then we have the links, which is how an individual is connected to the community or other people within the organization. These could be manager-subordinate relationships or less formal co-worker-colleague interactions or just friendships. And then there's sacrifice, the severity of the loss that would result if the individual quit their job. The obvious one could be money in the form of sacrificed good wage or bonus or pension, but it can also mean the loss of a community elements across things like schools, social events, or even professional or social status. The most important aspect of these three elements is that they can all be applied to both the organizational, which we mean by the job, on-the-job context, or the community, which is off the job, around the job context. However, Holton discovered something else that was very interesting about the embeddedness that related to the previous work on the unfolding model. He realized that job embeddedness is also a fantastic shock absorber. That is to say that if an employee is well embedded, they have the capacity to withstand more and greater shocks. Okay, we've now reached the crucial question, is job embeddedness theory really the solution to the pilot retention challenges? Well, let's start with three reasons why I think it might be. Firstly, remember how I told you I wrote a paper arguing that all professional pilots are basically the same? Well, when I saw this photo, I realized that a single image can be far more convincing than any paper. I think it's fair to say that the homogeneity of British Airways pilots is unquestionable here. So having established that the homogeneity of pilots is a real thing, it was then time to identify the specific traits and qualities that they possess that mean job embeddedness is particularly applicable. First is the fact that pilots, I think, are generally highly rational, systematic, and focused individuals. They generally share these traits through a combination of nature and nurture. Many will plan their retirements and their finances well in advance, meaning precisely that they have a retirement fund target which they know they need to reach in order to retire. This is important because it means that simply increasing wages or offering retention incentives may have a limited effect on pilots who have already reached that retirement fund target. However, if they were deeply embedded in their jobs, the theory says that they would in fact voluntarily remain in those jobs because the thought of leaving the organization or the related community is too difficult to face. Furthermore, it's the same characteristic, or this same characteristic of pilots, that means it's also plausible that offering dramatically higher wages in an attempt to retain them only works in the short term, because all you're doing is effectively accelerating their progress towards their target, which they need to then retire. Job embeddedness could be the solution to this problem too. Secondly, it's no secret that pilots generally spend a lot of time at home, although we do our best to keep it a secret. This means that the relevance of the community embeddedness is especially significant for them. While it may seem as though the degree to which someone becomes embedded in their community is not something that an employer can affect, this is not necessarily the case. Especially so nowadays, where the line between work and leisure is increasingly blurred. And finally, the nature of a typical commercial pilot's job is that they are more exposed to the potential for shocks than most other employees. Specifically, the regular simulator testing cycle, often at least twice per year, means that pilots are constantly vulnerable to some sort of professional failure. This is something that would certainly manifest as a shock. Furthermore, advances in technology like continuous flight data monitoring means that errors, even relatively small ones, are picked up by the airline and invariably result in some form of interview or retraining. Again, for some, this could result in additional stress, embarrassment, and even resentment. all the ingredients of a potential shock. All that said, I have to acknowledge that it is conceivable that increasing embeddedness in some pilots could actually result in an increase in overall pilot turnover within a company. Let me first explain how that mechanism works. For some, being deeply embedded in a company can make them feel actually trapped. This engenders disenchantment and cynicism. Now imagine that an airline has a handful of pilots who feel this way. Such employees have the potential to have a disproportionately toxic effect on the crews with whom they fly. This could mean that a single, highly embedded, experienced but disenfranchised captain flying with multiple co-pilots throughout the year could potentially infect him with his disenchantment and negativity, advising them all to leave before they become so trapped as well. I'm sure we've all worked in places with people like that who we might think or even say that they need to leave the organization. The obvious answer to this is to devise ways to embed employees without making them feel trapped, but that can be a challenge. So in summary, Jet tells us that as human resource managers, we shouldn't be focusing on why Lance is leaving. Instead, we should be working out how to embed all the other employees and to increase their levels of embeddedness to ensure that they stay. By doing so, our employees will be more resilient to the inevitable shocks that come with being a commercial pilot and less money-oriented when they come to evaluating their positions. So hopefully I've managed to convince you that the pilot shortage is real. I then explained to you the basic fundamentals of job embeddedness theory, and finally gave you the reasons why I think job embeddedness holds the key to solving the pilot retention problem. Thank you for your attention. I welcome any questions.
You get some easy questions because he still has 1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Any questions? We've at the back. Oh, no, not yet. There's one behind. Can I ask you to speak very slowly and clearly because the acoustics are not good at this end, so just so we can understand you.
Okay, thank you. Sebastian, thanks for a very intriguing and very interesting presentation on the pilot shortage and job embeddedment theory there. We've been hearing about the pilot shortage from the industry for many, many years, and a lot of the time it's come from a very biased opinion from Boeing and Airbus. On the one hand, we've got the industry saying that there's a pilot shortage, and on the other hand, the barriers to entry for pilots has continued to get harder and harder. Flight training schools costs are increasing, and there is pretty much no airline in the world that is providing scholarships or bursaries to improve that. So this makes me wonder, actually, is there a pilot shortage or is there not? Basic supply and demand theory suggests that airlines will be doing something about this proactively if there really was a pilot shortage. I just wanted your views on that.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I suspected that the existence or otherwise of the pilot shortage might be the most contentious part of that. So, yeah, and as I actually mentioned in the presentation, I've changed my opinion somewhat because Boeing's data is actually, it's clearly biased because they don't offer any supply projections at all to go with the demand. However, as I said, there is other analysis which is independent. The Oliver Wyman was the example there, which I think is compelling in that the 79,000 is a big figure. And as I said, I think he was even underestimating it as well. In terms of market indicators that there is a genuine problem, it may seem as though there are not so many of those. However, if you look at some of the big airlines now, they're actually building their own academies, specifically to guarantee their throughput and supply line of pilots in the future. I think a lot of big companies, big airlines see by building their own academies, organically producing their pilots for the future, then they're less exposed to all of the variables that come with expecting society to just produce them and put them on a plate for them. Emirates is a good example. You know, here in Dubai, we've got a fantastic academy and it's growing all the time and it's pretty desirable to get to. And it's producing lots of pilots that are all coming to the line. I fly with them, they're all fantastic. And I think that that's probably the model that a lot of big airlines will go to. Companies like CAE are the big training providers, but their data on pilot shortages is exactly the same as Boeing's and exactly the same as Airbus. You know, they just want to create the illusion that there's a shortage to entice people to sign up to train, pay their $120,000 to convince them that there is definitely a job waiting for them at the end. And sometimes there isn't. But no, I accept it's still a contentious issue, but I think this time, I think it's genuine.
Thank you. Question in the middle.
Canaretto, Associate Professor at Montpellier Business School in France. Thank you very much for your presentation. I really like this job embeddedness theory. My question was, what is the difference with the switching cost? Because more or less what you are describing is a switching cost mechanism, whether in marketing or in strategic management, forcing, slowing down the fact that people can switch from an organization to another. So I think the concept is very interesting, this job embeddedness theory, but could you maybe highlight the differences with maybe switching costs, for instance? And second question, if the turnover increases among airlines, is there a way to slow it down, not only for the pilots that are already in the institution, in the organization, but also for the newcomers? Because the embeddedness takes time actually to happen. So how could you do this for new pilots that would be recruited, for instance, at Emirates?
Yeah, merci pour la question. Oui, exactement. It's true that the switching cost and job embeddedness theory, there's similarities there, yeah? I mean, the links and the sacrifices and the fit, particularly the sacrifices, I think, is where that switching cost part comes into it. In terms of accelerating the embeddedness, it can be done remarkably quickly, actually. I think, especially that community embeddedness, one of the examples I cited in the paper was the idea that companies can provide new joiners with all the details and data about local clubs or organizations in which they might be interested. I think I gave the example of university in the UK. We have Freshers' Fair, where all the new recruits each year at the university will all turn up in a hall, and they'll all be touted or offered all sorts of opportunities, clubs to join. And the university obviously benefits from this because it's a way of embedding the students really quickly, because they know they're going to get homesick probably the week later. So they want to get them embedded as quickly as possible to give them that shock absorber. I think is, you know, the analogy still works, that the extreme homesickness that they're likely to experience the next day is going to be a shock. And they know that if they've got them embedded quickly, they'll be more resilient to that shock. So, yeah, I would probably disagree that embeddedness takes a long time. Probably really deep embeddedness takes a long time to establish, but I think there's a lot of embedding to be done straight off the bat.
One quick final question at the front here.
Thank you. Which airlines would you say are the leaders in terms of embedding pilots, and to what extent has this protected them from the pilot turnover that we've been seeing in recent months?
Yeah, another great question. Having only had one real job in my life at Emirates for the last 6 years, I'm not really well placed to compare one airline with another. However, I can compare the Royal Air Force with Emirates, or the Royal Air Force as in a military with a commercial organization. And I think it's definitely fair to say that the military embeds people far more, as you might expect, than a commercial organization. I think partly because they've got so much more to be gained from embedding people. You know, they ask probably a lot more of their people. They're probably exposed to shocks more often, you know, maybe even, you know, literally, you know, shocks and explosions and things like that, to which they've got to be resilient too. One of the ways I think that the military achieves more embeddedness is by having more of a hierarchical structure. It's one of the things I didn't mention in the conference, but it's in the paper, is the idea that a flat organizational structure actually really doesn't lend itself very well to embeddedness at all, because nobody really knows who their line manager is. They don't have anybody beneath them. So there's no stickiness there. Whereas in a hierarchy, if you've got people above you who know you, exactly who you are, and if you have people beneath you, both of those things, above and below, will actually provide a degree of embeddedness and just make it less likely that people leave because they don't want to disappoint their line manager or even let down the people for whom they're responsible. So, yeah, I think militaries are better. I think they're probably a good example to look to for all airlines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, are we going to lunch? Yeah. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, and just as with all kind of normal student groups, in order to be able to make you, happier with the day, we're going to give you a slightly longer lunch break. Okay. I think the next thing on the schedule will be to be back in here at 2 o'clock when we have further presentations. I'd like to thank our two presenters, and I'd like to thank Zin and the group for coordinating this and for arranging it. Thanks a lot. See you at 2 o'clock.
and welcome back from lunch. I hope you had an awesome lunch. We're going to continue, I think, with our presentation. And in this session, we have got two presentations. And the first presentation is going to be presented by Dr. Chaduvedi. She's a Saving Program Coordinator and Senior Lecturer in Emirates Aviation University, Dubai, UAE. She has a rich, proven, and vast teaching experience of more than 18 years in the field of business management education. She has completed a PhD in marketing management. Her research interests are in the field of consumer buying behavior, strategic management, and marketing management. Her subject areas of interest are marketing management, consumer behavior, strategic management, project management, international and strategic HR, human resources management, and OB. Her experience lies in teaching, tutoring, and mentoring students, as well as performing leadership tasks with complete commitment. She's actively involved in research, chapter reviews, and conference. And she's going to make a presentation, Talent Management, a Strategic Priority and Source of Competitive Advantage in the Aviation Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, over to Dr. Chedi.
Well, if you think it's expensive to hire a professional to do the job, wait until you hire an amateur. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow presenters. I am Dr. Nidhi Chaturvedi, and I'm here to present my topic on talent management, a strategic priority and source of competitive advantage in the aviation industry. So, talent management is concerned with the most important asset for any organization, that is the employees or the HRM, that is human resources. Managing employees' talent in today's times is a challenging task for all the businesses, including the aviation sector. The CIPD defines talent management as systematic attraction, identification, development, engagement, retention, and deployment of those individuals who are particular interest of value to an organization. So how is talent management significant? Well, handle and manage efficiently, talent management can help employees develop their career and enter doors of opportunity that have been set out to them by the organization. This may be done through succession planning and continuous professional development. As a result, an organization can create a determined and motivated workforce which may increase their productivity levels and boost organizational performance. The following model was developed to illustrate the variables for the talent management for the employees. The external variables considered were nature and size of the business, skill requirement, level of competitiveness, and resources. The independent variables or the exogenous variables considered were leadership style, recruitment and selection processes, appraisals, growth opportunities, compensation, and the predictor variable or the dependent variables were employee motivation and turnover rate. So the aviation industry today has connected distant continents, refined lives, and is a pivotal contributor to global economic prosperity. It has redefined industries, boosted local economies, improved global trade. So apart from the new job opportunities that the aviation sector has created, it has also continuously brought jobs within the travel and tourism sector. So the rationale of the study was to explore the HRM or the human resource management concepts in the aviation industry and how they are applied and incorporated by aviation companies in the UAE. The various literature review studies suggested that talent management is a vital source of competitive edge. While exploring and integrating the HR system not only requires the employees with distinctive capabilities, but also optimize their talents into an organization sector. Ibrahim et al., for example, investigated the perceptions of top management on talent management practices and how they may impact the performance of the businesses. Another study discovered that people are qualified to do their tasks and enterprises require human capital, not only the employees. Corporate mentoring was found to be an important factor for managing and retaining employees, And 3 variables, that is talent management, leadership practices, and employee engagement, concluded that all of these contribute to civil aviation sector's success. The following research objectives were derived from the literature review. The first one, ascertaining the significance of the dimensions in talent management towards achieving the competitive advantage. Second, assess the impact of talent management on employee motivation and operational performance in the aviation industry. And finally, to suggest measures that could improve the competitiveness of companies within the aviation sector. The subsequent hypotheses were developed in order to test the research objectives. The research methodology adopted was the type of research undertaken was descriptive in nature, and the data sources cited were both primary as well as secondary. For the primary data collection, survey method was used using the questionnaire as the instrument of data collection, while the secondary sources cited were websites, journals, books, magazines, newspaper, research articles. The sampling details and sampling techniques, the research used non-probability sampling technique and was quantitative in nature, and judgment sampling was used to collect the data from the employees working in the aviation sector, which formed the sampling frame. The instrument, that is the questionnaire of the study, was self-designed and structured questionnaire, and the first section of the instrument consisted of 4 choice questions about demographic characteristics of the sample, such as age, education, job position, duration of current job position, duration of serving in the current organization. The second section of the study consisted of variables pertaining to the research objectives, and all the questions were close-ended. The research methodology adopted, since the population size was not known for the total employees in the aviation industry, and in order to keep a provision for vague, outliers, and unengaged responses, total of 250 questionnaires were distributed, and the total responses received were 189, out of which 128 were deemed fit for the purpose of research, which was also the sample size for the study. The data was initially cleaned and tested for normality using skewness and kurtosis test. KMO and Bartlett's test for sphericity were conducted on the data to know the sampling adequacy and correlation among items of the scale respectively. Cronbach alpha was used to rate the internal consistency, that is the homogeneity or the correlation of the items in the test. Descriptive statistics, that is mean, standard deviation, and percentage analysis was done for the demographic data. Finally, multiple regression analysis using ANOVA and model fit and Pearson correlation were conducted to test the hypothesis. Both the alternative hypothesis, that is the dimensions of talent management, have significant impact on achieving competitive advantage for the aviation sector in UAE, as well as talent management has a significant impact on employee motivation and operational performance for the aviation sector in UAE were accepted. The demographic profile of the sample respondent. The average age of the sample respondent was found to be 35 years, which is young. 32% of the sample respondents were degree holders, while 55% were found to be diploma holders. Majority of the sample was engineers and had subordinates working for them, followed by admin and HR managers. The average age in terms of job position was 10 years, average amount of time for the job position was 10 years, and the employees were found to be working within the same industry and the same company for almost 10 years on an average. The graphs show the details. So the research findings. So for the first research objective, that is the significance of the dimensions in talent management towards achieving competitive advantage, almost overwhelmingly 87% agreed to have strong recruitment and selection processes in their workplaces. 87% of the sample also agreed that attracting the employees is not enough. Most managers were encouraged to have power to develop employees that can potentially contribute to developments. Though planning was ranked as the most important among the talent management's 5 dimensions, developing and retaining were considered equally significant, as can be seen in the graph as well. The research objective second, impact of talent management on employee motivation and operational performance in the aviation industry. Pay still is considered, which is the most often considered as an extrinsic award, external reward to improve the employee motivation, but it only had moderate to mild impact while it came to motivating the individuals. 58% of the sample stated that managing talent helped meet the standards in terms of operational performance. Leadership and management style had significant impact on employee motivation and performance. So is talent management the only approach to achieve a sustainable competitive advantage in aviation? If not, what are the other variables? 77% agreed that there were other ways to achieve the competitive edge in the aviation sector. Majority applied best fit approach that lines up to 87% of the sample that uses situational leadership. Employee contributions were mostly measured using appraisals, 360-degree feedback, and units produced over a given period of time. Almost half of the sample were uncertain if talent benchmarking even existed in their workplace. It's only natural then that the managers apply different practices, even if they are in the same industry. Reasons as to why organizations overlook talent management as a strategic priority. For any business, there are many other priorities which the leadership and the management takes into consideration, such as profit generation, staying afloat, technical advancements, maintaining operational efficiency, and new product development. Though 65% agreed that talent management was recognized as a strategy, 32% remained neutral. Respondents leaned towards neutrality when asked if talent management existed in their short and long-term objectives. 55% almost had their priorities apart from talent management, since aviation was one of the most affected industries that suffered COVID-19, and we all listened to the esteemed guest during the day. So instability and uncertainty of the future resulted to their priorities. Even planning may have also meant downsizing and avoiding unnecessary expenses. So the conclusion of the research. Now, from the HRM perspective, attracting and retaining performing employees is an investment. Strong and robust recruitment and selection process has significant impact on employees and their organization. Retaining employees and preparing them for future provides competitive advantage to the business. Leadership and management they play a significant role in the employee motivation and performance. And apart from the financial incentives or financial compensation, workplace environment and development opportunities were considered important by all the employees. So suggesting some measures to improve the competitiveness of the companies in the aviation sector in UAE. Improve communication to clarify business strategies to all the employees. Most often than not, most of the employees are unaware of many policies and procedures and the changes being brought about. So the sudden shock and the sudden changes brings in a lot of confusion and anxiety. Improve on sustaining the employee commitment. There can be many ways. They can be internally done through policies, through best practices, through changing the work culture. So creating strong culture, organization culture of trust, employer-employee engagement, and transparent policies. Provide strong leadership and growth opportunities. Finally, the relevance of the study for the various stakeholders. The study holds importance for various stakeholders such as people in managerial and leadership position, employees, as well as for businesses within and outside the aviation industry. Thank you so much. These are the references for the study.
Thank you very much for that beautiful presentation. I would invite the floor to pose some questions. We have got a roving mic. Would entertain one or two questions. Yes, there is a question from Doc there.
Thank you for that presentation. Just a question about you used the VRIO model?
Sorry?
You used the VRIO model. Yeah, I think it's at the... I think we might have gone past it, but it was the model that was used. It was VRIO, V-R-I-O.
Oh, VRI.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, this is really interesting. It's always good to see people obviously looking at strategic management models and the directions that that certain businesses can take. But were there any other models that you wanted to, or you were thinking about using aside from this model for the study? Or was it why did you use that model?
The question is not clear to me.
It's not easy to hear, is it? Why did you use that model?
The VRIO model, it was used actually to, have different approaches. Like it says how management uses different approaches to manage the employees, whether it is retaining, whether it is in the recruitment part, whether it is appraising them. So, they judge each type of employee or probably positions on the basis of how valuable they are in terms of what are their priorities, objectives. Like the model was used, it's there in the paper actually, we used it in the paper, like how to sustain that competitive advantage. In short run, it might seem as very profitable for some of the businesses to just have some employees, just get them from, places, but to retain them and to then, see to it that they are utilized properly, like how we do them. So this model was used, that is, what is valuable, how do you judge which is valuable, how is it rare, how do you make it inimitable, in sort of that, and organized.
Yeah, no, some of our students, they use this model. They use that model for some of their reports or their assignments. But I was just asking if there was any other models that you could have used, but because of what it was linked to, you've justified exactly why you've used it. So thank you.
Yeah, this is a strategy model actually. We use it in business strategy, which can even be used for HR strategy. We can even, do it for the HR strategies, developing HR strategies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other hands? Okay. Maybe there's just one from myself. In your opinion, given the context of your research, how did COVID-19 reconfigure talent management within the aviation sector? And maybe the other one would be, how can an aviation sector foster trust in the context of COVID-19 or lessons from COVID-19, particularly with regards to job security?
Can you please repeat the question, sir?
Yeah, so how did COVID-19 reconfigure talent management within the aviation sector? That's the first one.
Okay. During COVID-19, we saw that the businesses became lean, right? They became leaner and leaner, like it could be wastage of anything, similarly wastage or any kind of employees which became redundant, they had to. During the previous presentations also, we saw that the revenue was not generated. So only the employees or the workforce which was mandatory, compulsorily required were managed. But then when it is now rebounding and coming back to the pre-COVID times in terms of employment, so yes, aviation sector, since it is not as similar to the other sector, it has its own challenges and complexities. There is a training period, there are times how the systems change. So after post-pandemic, I think the aviation sector needs to look at more long-term and then see to it whether they have backup planning for such kind of emergencies if or when they appear, in terms of whether these are in terms of pandemic or it's also about geopolitics, which is playing its own role, crucial role. So yeah, they need to be more prepared, they need to have backup plans, and because we have learned our own from the previous experience we saw in 2020.
Okay, so the last one is with regards to job security. How, if I am an employee within the aviation sector, how can aviation organizations foster that level of trust between the employer and employee with regards to job security?
Job insecurity, I guess, we take as employees as one of the biggest challenges, while we are working. All of us in any sector, it is there. But in aviation, yes, it's there. It is through the policies it can be done because it cannot be short term again. So they have to be inculcated or included in the company policies. So how do you manage that? Culture has to be there. The one I mentioned, that it has to come from the culture through the policies, through the involvement of the leadership and the management approach. How you approach your own employees and team in terms of assuring me that even if I make mistakes or I fail when I'm taking risk, then you are behind me.
Okay.
So that's how, the company policies matter a lot and the leadership approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up to Dr. Chaduverde. Thank you very much. That was brilliant. Right, our next presenter for this afternoon is Faisal Mohammed Zubar Farouk. He is a senior data engineer in the Enterprise Data Analytics Division of Emirates Group. He also holds a board member position at UCI Investment. Having joined the Emirates Group organization in 2014, Faisal worked his way up the ranks. His interests have always been in leading aviation industry to the next level, while focusing on ways to improve the quality of life within the society and ensure that the progress of organizations are in line with the best CSIR practices. As an active community member himself, who regularly volunteers in relief efforts, Faisal holds a Bachelor of Science in Software Engineering and is currently pursuing an MBA at Emirates Aviation University in Dubai, School of Aviation and Business Management Program. Over to you, Faisal.
Thank you very much. My name is Faisal Farouk, and the following research will be focusing on whether the influence of the management is big or not regarding the COVID-19 guidelines and procedures. Okay, let's go. So as introduction, to begin with, I would like from you all to think regarding the countries, how come they manage their COVID-19 situation? Why each country has different COVID-19 cases comparing to other, What were the factors and whether the procedures were the same or not? So as you saw in COVID-19, what happened? Beginning of the lockdown, things closed down, the operations and the global economy got impacted negatively, So hearing news every day that each country has different COVID cases, the increasing rates are different. So that gave me an idea of that why this is happening. Each day you're getting news such as they have developed new vaccines, new ways to control the COVID-19 situation. So from this, it started in my mind to think of doing a research in a further sense so we can know more about this. Next one. So as you know, what makes a pandemic is basically transportation, and the evolution of transportation made the pandemic creation more easier. And as you can see, air travel is playing a big role in the increase of COVID-19 cases, through the world. So each country and industries have their own COVID-19 guidelines and procedure to control the COVID-19 situation. And as well as, so similar measurements were there, such as social distance and quarantining and vaccination repatriation. But even with that, the COVID-19 situation was different. The cases of COVID-19 and death cases as well, and the vaccination rates were different in each country. Now, for the problem statement, to know about whether the management plays a role or not in influencing and affecting the COVID-19 procedure and guidelines. So this was focused on by a study from gathering of data, and interviewing professionals. So we can come with a recommendation for the problem of controlling COVID-19 situation in each country. So the hypotheses were that the management is different in each country, and that affected on the influence of the COVID-19 guidelines and procedure in controlling the COVID-19 cases in each country. And as per the COVID-19 cases, death cases due to COVID and vaccination rates were different. So methodology used, as what I said, that so observations and frequencies were gathered from John Hopkins Research Center. Yeah, it's a well-known research university in America. So they have, been collecting data regarding the COVID-19 cases. So yeah, I took the data from there, and as well as confirming the findings of the data with the professionals from aviation industry. As you can see in the findings, so this is a table that shows the countries that I have selected to compare COVID-19 cases. As you can see, I selected US and UAE and Bhutan. Bhutan is a country between India and China. Yeah, and it was proven to be one of the most successful countries in controlling COVID-19. Yeah, so we're going to have a look why it got, that kind of performance comparing to United Arab Emirates and US. And US, of course, it's a big country, and most of the procedures and guidelines you can know, it is interesting to learn from the United States. As well as United Arab Emirates did very well in controlling the COVID-19 situation. As you can see the numbers here. So I have selected August as the month, yeah, and from 2020 and 2021 and 2022 as years. So you can see US, it was 1.81, it jumped to 11.85. 1.81 is like 6 million there in the United States, which represents 1.81 of population. Then it jumped to 39 million in 2021. Then it became 94 million something in 2022 of August. Going to United Arab Emirates, it was 0.69 in 2020 August. Then it became 7% of the population in August 2021. Then ended up in 2022 August as 9.99% of population, getting the COVID as a total amount of COVID-19 infection cases. Going to Bhutan, it was only 2024 cases in 2020 August. Then it became 2,596 in 2021. Ended up as 61,000, which is like 7.72%. Yeah. So let's convert this into a graph. So you can see red line it resembles United States. Yeah. You can see how the trend line, was different. It continued to increase even higher. So, and you can see the United Arab Emirates, how it was increasing to an extent. Yeah. Then it started to become slower. It became kind of stable. And then in the end, you can see Bhutan as a black line. You can see it was very low. Then from 2021 to 2022, it started to increase. So regarding the death cases, where the vaccination rates played a role in preventing the death cases and reducing them down. So you can see US was continuing to get more death cases due to COVID-19, while United Arab Emirates had the same situation, even the death cases got stabilized. As for the Bhutan, the case was the same. It was less, then started to become more because of more infection case of COVID-19. So summary of findings. So first three are the ones that I have mentioned just now. And the fourth one is regarding the vaccination rate, which is 99.1% of population were vaccinated in United Arab Emirates because of what Mr. Mahmoud Amin has presented, that efforts of UAE government that made it really effective, in increasing the vaccination rates. Comparing to United States, which is 67% of people that only got the vaccinations. Comparing to Bhutan, that has 87% of people got vaccinated, that much of population. So regarding the fifth point, the impact of management of COVID-19 procedures and guidelines on the countries was obvious, as different factors resulted in the change of values variables, COVID-19 cases, death cases due to COVID, and vaccination rates. So numerical study was not enough. I had to check with the professionals in aviation industry. So the person that I have approached to was Chief Operating Officer of Etihad Airways. Yeah, I have to approach him to know whether what my hypothesis is correct or not. So yeah, he replied back and said that the COVID-19 guidelines and procedures were not enough to control the COVID-19 situation in each country. It must be managed properly, as many factors played role. In, for example, in the United States, we had there was a resistance for the vaccination movement by a group of people in the United States that made the process of getting all the population vaccinated very slow, comparing to Emirates and Bhutan. Now, why Bhutan was able to control the situation better than other two countries, and why the cases are less comparing to United Arab Emirates and United States, was that Bhutan is a very calm country. They got like isolation is more promoted there, and as well as they established more strict guidelines and procedures comparing to other countries. From 7% that was gained during this period to 9%, like only 2% increase from 2021 to 2022. And, so, yeah. So the limitations of this study was that we might know more factors more than just the vaccination rates or the shortage in supplies, yeah. And also we would consider knowing more about more other countries. It was interesting to know also regarding Japan and Israel. They have interesting patterns as well, comparing to these three countries. And it was better to look at each month of the year. You know, the moment they announced the decision of establishing a certain COVID-19 guidelines and procedure, it would be interesting to look at more detailed level where we can see like the transition is happening about the cases, like how it's increasing and how it's reducing. Yeah? So, yeah, conclusion recommendations would be that managing the COVID-19 and situation and the vaccination rate and the shortage of supply, these were the examples to manage the COVID-19 guidelines and the procedure. Will make the guidelines more effective, you know. And going back to what they call, yeah, Colonel Marwan Singhal has highlighted on their initiative to make the people more aware of the guidelines and COVID-19, how to prevent it. So that might be another solution that was suggested by the COO of Etihad Airways, which really makes sense, you know, because the problem is here that the resistance to the change, which is a part of change management, yeah, is heavily affected the COVID-19 guidelines and procedures, making it more effective. And the future of the aviation can be shaped based on the effectiveness of the management. You know, if you properly manage the guidelines and procedures of COVID-19, in this aspect, you know, you can do more better. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Mohammed, for that powerful presentation. I'd like to entertain and invite some questions from the audience. We have a roving mic.
Anyone would like to add something?
Thank you, Mohammed.
Yes, tell me.
I really enjoyed that, particularly as I was in Dubai throughout the pandemic, but I was also flying around the world. So I was able to see the different ways that some of the different countries were dealing with the pandemic. The question I've got involves the case numbers, and I was wondering how you controlled for the variances in testing rates across the different countries and in different years.
Yes, pardon?
How did you control for the variance in different testing rates across the different countries?
The variance, you mean?
Yeah, there'll be differences between the rates of testing in those different years and those different countries. So that would affect the number of cases because the number of tests would...
Yeah, you're pointing at the population, that if more population is there, most probably the cases would be more.
If you change the number of tests that are being done between different countries or between different years, then the number of cases that will come out will naturally be different because there's more testing or less testing.
If you would explain more.
So, say for instance, we were looking at case numbers between 2021 and 2022, but in USA, but maybe the USA did 5 times as many tests in 2022. So there would obviously be more cases because there's more testing. So I was wondering how that was controlled for in that data.
You mean the PCR test?
Yeah, because the cases are positive PCR. So if there's more testing, there's more cases and less either way. So I'm just wondering whether you controlled for that at all.
I did not consider that point. You have a point there. But if it would, like for example, they test once and the patient was positive all that time, you know, if he takes another PCR and another, you know, it would come positive. I'm not aware, like, if they are counting this more or not, like as another as an increase in COVID-19 case. Yeah.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just interesting in the cases of the PCR tests.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, another question, thank you.
Faisal, yes. Nice presentation. I wish to ask, there is a comparison for variation in the cases reported. Whether the procedures was different from these 3 countries. Have you made any analysis on that? What are the procedure difference followed in these countries other than vaccination? Any procedures was different from one country to other country?
As what Mr. Mohammed Amin mentioned in his presentation, that there were different efforts that UAE did, you know, like a Hassan application to track down the COVID-19 patients who got infected, yeah, and rest of what he has mentioned, you know, because also, you know, during 2020 and 2021, UAE had put in some effort, you know, but still there was an increase in COVID-19 situation, the cases, yeah, in that period. But after that, you know, ensuring that the people got vaccinated and stuff, it became more stabilized in UAE. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Because that was quite interesting, because if that procedures which helped this control of this thing, next time it will be very much helpful for this thing. But your studies suggest that. So nice work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great. So maybe one last question from myself. I just wanted a brief comment on what do you think was the role of airline connectivity in country case loads. So if you look at those three countries that you have used, particularly you look at UAE and you look at America, in terms of air network, they are well networked. How do they compare to Bhutan, and how did that affect the case load?
Now, regarding the aviation industry procedures, they were kind of similar to each other, but might be, for example, in Bhutan, maybe the period of quarantine might be different comparing to UAE. More days you have to be quarantined and stuff, which makes them more safer, and preventing the COVID-19 cases more comparing to the other countries. But that will affect negatively on Bhutan because they suffered because of the economy crisis that happened in Bhutan because of during the COVID-19 lockdown period. Yeah, this is what I can say.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Faisal Mohammed Zubai Farouk. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
It's 14:41 from me, Professor Kaitano Dube. I would like to encourage you to take a break and let's see each other in about 10 minutes. We are due for a break. Thank you.
Testing, testing, test. No, is that one? Yeah. Oh, you put the volume up, won't you? Yeah, put it up really high because it's going to be fun. Yeah. Are you filming? Yes. Please film it. Yeah. Well. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Ahlam. I will be chairing the last session for today. Actually, if I can put a theme or a title for the last session, will be sustainable aviation. And we know that the main aim of sustainable aviation is to limit aviation's contribution to climate change by introducing radical changes and new practices. So allow me please to welcome our first presenter, Mr. Vincent Cobbinger, the Head of Aviation of Gunnar Cook, UK. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Doctor. First of all, what a privilege it is to be here today. Thank you to Dubai. I'm here with my colleague, Professor Elmar Giermüller, and I think we are safe to say that we are the two leading practitioners in the area that I'm going to talk to you about, and I'd say so worldwide as well. I've had the privilege of living in Dubai, working here. I'm admitted as a lawyer here. I'm admitted in England and Wales, my country of origin. I'm admitted in France. I'm admitted in Singapore, Hong Kong. I could speak Cantonese to you, but I think there aren't too many Cantonese speakers here today. Now, let me chat today about the future. And the future is about sustainability. I think we started this morning's session with sustainability. The products of which we act for are silent, safe, and sustainable. They're called Advanced Urban Air Mobility, UAM. There they are. There's an example of one of the aircraft. And we call them electric takeoff and landing aircraft. That's EVTOL. Now, we're in aviation, and we know that we use the alphabet, don't we, quite a lot. So, UAM, EVTOL. Emma and I are heavily involved, particularly with EASA, particularly with our fantastic General Aviation Authority and aviation authorities around the world. And what we're doing is we are writing new law, new aviation laws, new aviation regulations. And with all regulation in aviation, there are three core regulatory approvals that one needs in order to send these aircraft up into the air. The particular slice of air in which we're sending them up into is called the sea space. So you might see a helicopter, loud, dirty things, trundling along over Dubai. Imagine a silent version of that, conveying up to 4 or 5 people, perhaps on one battery pack, for 200 kilometers. The future. Now, in order to get regulatory approval, whether it be from EASA, whether it be from the FAA, one needs 3 things. One needs type design, production certification, and a regulatory framework, which is the last step, the very last step, for commercial operations. Remember that we're also here to make money, everybody, to make money. Now, this is going to be a very speedy presentation for 2 reasons. England are playing Iran today, so I need to get a little bit of a wiggle on. So I think all the materials are with the university and are available. I think in the back of your notebooks, you'll see my fine words, which have been peer-reviewed by Professor Giermüller. We've also been in negotiations today, and I think we're going to be one of the first universities to have a course on this brand new area of law. So it's terribly exciting for younger people, and I can see some younger people here. And my message to you is, it's your future. Get excited about it. You're going to create things that we haven't even thought about. Never mind an iPhone, you're going to create something. And I know you are, and I have every faith in the UAE in this sphere. Now, very quick run through. You'll see that this says Farnborough on it. And as we know, the greatest air shows in the world are Dubai, Farnborough, and Paris. Elmer and I had the privilege of speaking for the first time ever to, what was it, Elmer? I think 100 people, including the senior people at the FAA and Patrick at EASA, who's the senior man at EASA. Again, we work together with regulators. Regulators are open to us. Our particular regulatory authority here, I learned a lot from them because it's always free, frank disclosure. And we make a new regulation together over a coffee. How lovely is that? Now, very speedily, you will see that there has been a massive amount of academic work in this area. You'll see that there was an EASA study into the societal acceptance of urban air mobility in Europe. And a number of conclusions were made. I've run through the 3 types of regulatory approval that we need, and there is a little overview there of the regulatory framework which EASA has put in place. Now, EASA has taken a different view to the Americans. It's done the correct thing and has started from the very beginning and is writing new regulation. New law, kids, new law. Now, I'm going to speed through these, but you can see key words there which are in block. FAA production certificates, the various countries in which we are operating or going to operate. A little bit of background. 6 years ago, Prince Hamdan of our fine royal family sat in one of these prototype helicopters, and he said to me and to Omar that this will happen in Dubai. It will happen. There we are. When we say we're going to do something in Dubai, what do? We do it. And there we are. There's a little overview. They're the countries that we're going into. These are abbreviations, everybody. Abbreviations. Learn all those, kids. Learn them all. Now, this will confuse you because we want it to confuse you because we don't really want you to copy what we're doing because we're experts. But you'll see a tabulated formula there, which, like a little bit of a cake, cuts aviation airspace into various sectors, each of which require approval. What's aviation about, everybody? It's about safety. So, we're aiming to be the safest form of transport, never mind aviation, transport. We have a safety percentile which is 99.8%. A beautiful A380 is around about that figure. That's how safe we intend to be. Because if we drop one of these from the sky, it's game over. So we're not going to allow that to happen. Now, a little bit more tabulated formulae, a little bit more, and then this is Omar. Probably the finest. He's sitting in the middle there, but he's very huge. He's got lots of humility. But he had to look at this from a different perspective, which is compliance with international aviation law. The sort of thing that you'll be doing in your first year, young people. You'll be talking about concepts such as the Chicago Convention, the concepts of international sovereignty, and the concept of national law. Dubai law, French law, tu parles français, monsieur? Oui. And you will see that there's a lot of us and a lot of things for us to do and to think about. And the exciting thing is, there we are, look, we are writing regulation, but we're not going to be as lazy as the UK. Because those big Brexit fans, and I'm sure there are lots here, I can see them in all the empty seats. This is a comparison, and read it carefully, between the old EU law and the brand new law. Brand new law. Can you see one word difference? So we won't be as lazy as that, I can promise you that. Now, you'll see all sorts of lovely pictures there. Please go onto your tablets and look up companies such as Volocopter and be excited and see that this is coming. And we're ahead of the game. And you are the future. Now, I've just got a message from Harry Kane. Harry says, Vincent, we need you up front. Can you get on a flight to Qatar? I shall. So you'll see me score a goal today, as well as score a goal with you all. That's the end of my presentation. Anybody has any questions, please feel free. And once again, thank you to the organisers. It was an absolutely beautiful conference. I mean, really, hasn't it been? We've got more to do. We're going to have a lovely evening this evening and more work tomorrow. So everybody work hard, but play hard too. That more or less is my presentation. So I thank you all for my... I thank you all from the bottom of my heart, and any questions, please feel free, let me know a copy or whatever it might be outside. Okay, that's me done. I hope you will win, and I hope you progress through the tournament. And that's the end of it, Doctor. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Any comments? All right, thank you so much.
An absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, there will be some. Okay. One question?
Yes. It was a nice presentation.
Hello, how do you do?
Yeah, fine. Actually, I wish to ask, the US is a unmanned aerial.
EASA?
Yeah, it's a new concept. How it can be regulated? Because it's more dependent on public.
Very good question.
How regulatory framework can be put into effective? Because it's different countries having different regulatory framework for their rules and regulation. But when we consider civil aviation, it is having only related to airport, because we are operating.
No, I'll stop you there. Again, remember it's brand new. It's a blank white piece of paper. There aren't airports. They're not called airports. They're called vertiports. Vertiports. They'll be on the top of buildings, high buildings like the Burj Al Khalifa, perhaps the shopping centres, the seven-star hotels that we have. And they are also under severe regulation for safety. But they're called vertiports. And vertiports will have a very, very, very pleasant passenger experience. You will turn up at your vertiport, having already checked in, as you would with a Kareem taxi. You will then proceed to go to this most beautiful, futuristic Blade Runner film, vertiport, and you'll be escorted to a silent running vehicle, which looks like the inside of a Bentley. It's beautiful. Have a look at it. It's awesome. It's so gorgeous. Then you will be taken to another vertiport, wherever that might be, probably within the confines of the city, because the range of these things, our particular favorite, has interchangeable sustainable batteries, and there's a battery pack system, a mechanical system of putting in a whole new pack. So imagine being able to actually tear out the battery of your iPhone, which I really wish I could, and put a proper battery in. That happens at destination base. But again, you're dealing with batteries, you're dealing with, let me explain actually the propulsion system. On our favorite, it's 18 separate independent motors, each of which talk to the other. The failure, it can run on one. Yeah? And the other thing is, Emma and I can fly these things because we've been in the simulator. It's wonderful. And they can pull up any city, whether it be Paris, or Dubai, or good old London. And you can fly and pop the thing on the top of the House of Commons if you wish, and say, Boris, you've made an awful mistake. We're taking you in a volocopter and dropping you in the Thames. But no, that's a bit silly, really. But no, so try and think of it as a blank sheet of paper and think about it as a combination of factors. The finest regulators in the world, the finest legal draftspersons in the world, male and female, and we're starting again. So, going back to the Chicago Convention, what's all air law based on, do you think? It's based on maritime law. Strange, huh? Last time I looked, the sky was the sky and the sea was the sea. But of course it is. It's an international code that everybody understands. In the same way that there will be an international code that everybody understands. So it's all brand new, sir. So I think the best advice is to really delve into it, delve into the detail, compare and contrast, and always think, no, this is not a drone. It's not a drone. You'll see within the packs, there's an enormous amount of regulation for drones. I expect you know that they have to have registration. They have to have type certification. You have small toy drones, you have massive drones. Massive drones that will go over the wonderful sustainable concept we have here in Dubai of solar energy. And the drone will go over and check every single panel. No, they're not drones. They convey passengers for reward. Air law, what's a ticket? A ticket used to be a piece of paper. Now it's on your phone. But without that ticket, you don't have the law. You see? The same will happen for our flying aircraft. There will be a ticket system which you won't even dream of, because it'll be all connected. Adverts will be thrown to you, you all want a volocopter, but you can't buy one because we control the safety aspect of it. That's why nobody can buy one. So I hope that answers your question. Really, it's start again, look at it, really delve into the detail. And again, message to the youngsters. You're going to learn a lot about law. You're going to learn the difference between Roman law, which is UAE law, civil law, common law, which is the UK and America. But you're also going to learn about new law, new international law, which you're going to make. You're going to make it. And then you're going to call Mum and you're going to say, Mum, can I have some food tonight? And she said, well, the traffic's awful, darling. You'll spoil the dinner. And you say, Mum, I'm getting a volocopter home. And she'll say, okay, darling, I'll see you in 6 minutes. That's enough from me. Harry's going to be very annoyed with me if I don't turn up to save England. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Vincent, thank you so much. That was very comprehensive answer. Thank you so much. We still have time for one small, tiny question.
Oh, right.
Yes.
By all means.
Okay, I just wanted to find out, in terms of affordability to improve access, how affordable is this particular technology in terms of rolling out and also capacity for rollout? Thank you.
I didn't quite get the last bit. Could you just speak up a bit into the microphone?
Okay. The question is how affordable...
How what, sorry?
How affordable is this technology in terms of rolling out?
Good question. Very good question. Again, it's not really a matter for us because the producers, and I think this is probably true as a for all the producers we act for, they wish to keep control of the vehicle. So that you can't really go to a Bentley showroom with this product. It'll be leased. There'll be, it's again, new law. There'll be a leasing mechanism, a bit like the air caps of this world, the SMBCs. And also it will be in conjunction with the local authorities of each city. So it won't be a matter of you being able to go and buy one. In fact, we don't want that to happen because it could be some kid who's extremely rich and crashes the thing. So we don't want that. So we must control safety. I know how much they cost per item, but that's a client secret, and I really can't disclose it to you. But think about this. The composite materials that are used are incredibly light, flexible, strong. The battery technology is new battery technology designed by ourselves. And the Vertiport technology is so far ahead of the game. It's beautiful. I mean, these things change color according to your mood. I mean, how lovely is that? Now, my mood is football. So that's enough from me, I think. Okay, thank you very much, everybody, and what a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Allow me please to welcome our second presenter for today and the last one actually, Mr. Wolfgang Gremy, business economist at the DLR Institute of Air Transport and Airport Economics, Germany.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, distinguished audience. Thank you for the conference organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk today about a topic which is relatively high on the agenda in Europe, but I will also explain a little bit why also in this part of the world you should be concerned at least and covering the latest developments. And as it is, I think, only me standing between you and the football this afternoon, so I will promise that I will be brief. So, the work I present is joint work from different research groups at the German Aerospace Center in the area of sustainable aviation fuels. So I will give a brief overview of what the background is of carbon emissions reduction in aviation, the challenges, also a little bit the theoretical view, and then what we can actually achieve in reality, in practice, and then something what is the key point currently in the environmental policy in Europe, the Fit for 55 package, the Refuel EU Aviation Initiative on the blending mandate for sustainable aviation fuels. So SAF here, that's the abbreviation for sustainable aviation fuels. Then a little bit when these ideas which were currently proposed by the European Commission will become reality, will become law, what are the economic and competitive impacts, and some ideas for alternative approaches, flanking measures, and then a conclusion, what we can learn, what we should think about when considering proposing regulations in the area of the introduction of sustainable aviation fuels. So at least from the European perspective, decarbonization of aviation is a key industry challenge. So especially in Europe, we currently see a lot of protests. We see the younger generation protesting on the streets with Fridays for Future group, and even Stay Grounded as a protest organization which advocates flying less. And that is actually an inherent threat to the business model of aviation and of all aviation stakeholders, and one should certainly be concerned about it. And also the industry actually has probably heard a lot of and reacted to a lot of these criticism that aviation is contributing to climate change by setting up several industry objectives. So IATA in October 2021 agreed on a voluntary commitment that I think to the year 2050, 65% of the aviation fuel that is going to be used should be sustainable aviation fuel. But that is just a voluntary commitment, and we cannot be actually sure whether all IATA airlines will also stick to this objective. And only very, very recently, roughly 6 or 8 weeks ago, we had the ICAO annual General Assembly in Montreal, where the contracting states of the Chicago Convention agreed on a long-term aspirational goal. But also here, at least I'm as a scientist also quite critical, as it is just an aspirational goal and there are no real hard regulatory measures behind it. So we will see how this develops then over time. And so we see this objective, reducing the climate impact of aviation, and the most promising way of achieving this will probably be the use of sustainable aviation fuels. So these are hydrocarbons inherently beneficial compared to, for instance, going over to hydrogen, which would require completely new fuel infrastructure and completely new aircraft technology. So that is something that is very exciting in research to find out what actually the most economically efficient pathway is to decarbonize aviation. But today I will stick to the hydrocarbon fuels and to their introduction. Currently, we see from ICAO in total 7+2 approved conversion pathways, so different feedstock, different ways of producing this sustainable aviation fuels, and there are a lot of possibilities to produce it, but still quite challenging concerning price, concerning feedstock availability, and these issues, and also scaling up production to industrial levels so that sufficient amounts of these sustainable aviation fuels come into the market. Okay, so that is the background and the current discussion. Let's go a step back and think about the theoretical considerations about it. So I am not going to hold here any microeconomics lecture, but in the classic theoretical way, when thinking at this problem of climate impact of aviation, it is a negative technological externality of resource consumption. So we use as passengers of aviation, we use resources, and with the climate change, we have a negative impact on other people which don't benefit from our flying activities. And in theory, that's a very, very long tradition, almost 100 years ago in the economic literature, a very easy solution that would be taxing aviation, taxing fuel, simply to internalize this external cost. Or that is also another approach which microeconomically looks then in the end pretty similar. These are quantity limits, and these quantity limits can be seen as tradable permits, and that is something that we also see in the regulatory practice in Europe with the EU emission trading scheme. And the objective of setting either taxes or the quantity of those tradable permits would be reaching an equilibrium where the marginal damage cost of our activities equals the marginal abatement cost. So that is the economic background, and if you want to look it up, you can look in the works of Pigou, Coase, Weizmann, Stevens. So there's a lot of theoretical considerations of how we can solve this problem of negative external effects. But the reality in aviation looks quite different. So we also see a multitude of instruments being implemented. So we see aviation taxes, passenger-based taxes being introduced, also with the argument of doing something beneficial for the environment. We also see in other transport modes in different kinds of taxation. So for instance, in Germany, we have a fuel tax. We also now have some kind of CO2 tax. So we have also emission trading. So quite different things that have been introduced. And for aviation also, all these approaches are extremely difficult because of the international nature of aviation. And we have quite diverging interest also also in ICAO, as we've seen recently at the General Assembly and also of the high-level LTAC meeting some months ago, where some countries argue that it would probably not in their interest to do something for the emissions reduction in a very harsh way that would probably limit their growth prospects. What can be considered as a minimum consensus that we have seen in the past is CORSIA, but CORSIA, the carbon offset and reduction scheme for international aviation, is something that is also widely criticized by economic researchers, as it actually does not create incentives which are as strong or strong enough to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement of limiting climate change. And the introduction of sustainable aviation fuels, that is something as a potential way of really reducing the carbon emissions of aviation, is a relatively costly instrument. And as an economist, I always also have a look at the general economy and also other sectors. And when we bring down it to costs, then the introduction of sustainable aviation fuels, when we only look at the CO2 reduction, is probably in the range of 500 euros per ton of CO2 in abatement costs. And that is relatively expensive when we look at other ways to reduce CO2 emissions. So there are studies around, at least for Europe, that 2/3 of European emissions could be reduced at less than 200 euros per ton of CO2. And there you probably get the point. That's the idea of emissions trading, that only the lowest cost emission reduction possibilities are taken into reality. But still, SAF is on the agenda. Also, a political will is there, and it is there to stay, or at least instruments that will be implemented in order to promote the use of sustainable aviation fuels. And what we see here is a just short summary of how these ideas of the European Commission look like. So the graph you can see on the bottom, that's the trajectory of fuel use for sustainable aviation fuels. So it starts very low in 2025 and it ends up relatively high in the year 2050. But we still can't take these numbers for granted. So there are still different parts in the European legislature which have different ideas. So they are still in discussing which exact degree of blending mandate will be introduced. But it is actually almost certainly to come for the next years that this blending mandate will come. And the important point that is also maybe very interesting for you here in the Gulf region is that the blending mandate will apply most likely for all departures from European airports. So also airlines like Fly Dubai or Emirates will need to adhere to these blending quotas when they depart from European airports. So that is something that certainly has to be considered. What we also can see, and our research institution has done some further research on this, how much SAF actually will be needed when we apply these blending quotas. And that will mean that we need a huge scale up of production facilities in order to really get enough SAF to fulfill this blending quota. And that will probably also result in relatively high costs for aviation users. And that is also something that can be seen quite critical, because the European Commission prescribes this blending mandates, but there is no direct support mechanism or subsidy mechanism, something that is probably an issue for a lot of airlines, and especially those which are in international competition. And we also see these competitive impacts here on the next slide. One of the issues is a competitive one. So when we see that this blending mandate will be applied from a European airport for any flight to any destination, we see here an example on the bottom, flying from Frankfurt to Singapore. If you fly directly, the blending mandate applies. But if you make a transfer at Istanbul, then the blending mandate only applies for the flight from Frankfurt to Istanbul, from Istanbul to Singapore. The blending mandate does not apply as long as Turkey doesn't introduce something similar, or the airlines adhere to the voluntary commitment they agreed on within IATA. So that is something that will probably lead to further discussion and maybe also to the requirement, maybe to subsidize SAF production in some way, so that the airlines which are obliged to refuel sustainable aviation fuel in the EU will be at a lower competitive advantage than without any subsidies. So what would be some alternative approaches or flanking measures where we would be probably proposing as from a pure research perspective? So the EU proposal says that all flights departing from all European airports need to fulfill this quota, while we, at least in the starting phase, we only see some centers where these sustainable aviation fuels are actually produced. So maybe it's not a good idea to have this blending quota for each and every airport, but maybe it would be good rather to have that SAF blending quota at those airports where the SAF is available, and for all other airlines which fly from other airports where SAF is not directly available, some theoretical book and claim approach could be introduced, which means that there is some kind of financial compensation for those who overachieve the quota from those which actually underachieve it. So from the logistical point of view, it would be much better to concentrate SAF usage at some airports. And also at DLR, we have many different research areas, and also we have atmospheric scientists which say SAF usage would be most beneficial for long-haul flights, because also SAF has probably reduced contrail production, reduced NOx production, and therefore it would be beneficial to use it more for the long-haul flights, and that would probably also speak for a usage at the big hubs and not so much at the smaller regional airports in Europe. And then also we have a very interesting discussion from the aviation industry, putting also some pressure on the governments. In Europe, we have a lot of countries which generate revenues generated from aviation activities, like the passenger tax, like EU ETS auction revenues, and all these points. And they say SAF will be so expensive, so please earmark these funds, these revenues, to reduce the costs of SAF. So that is also something where we would consider as researchers that might also be a good way in order to increase the acceptance by the aviation industry for SAF production. And also we have to think, how actually can we fund this? How can we support in an economically efficient way the introduction of sustainable aviation fuels? So there are a few instruments here listed on the slide. More in detail, you can read it in the paper that is also printed here in the conference proceedings. So maybe just one point to look at. In the United States, it's also a very big topic to introduce sustainable aviation fuels, but they have a bit of a different philosophy. So they don't go for a blending mandate, but they go for tax credits for the producers of SAF, and they have called for the so-called grand challenge of producing several million tons of sustainable aviation fuels. So I already come to the conclusion of this very short presentation. So in Europe, we face a key issue, which is the societal acceptance for aviation and the requirement to reduce climate impact of aviation. And this needs to be addressed in order that the aviation industry can further develop, can further flourish. And sustainable aviation fuels, despite they are quite expensive, is a reasonable strategy to reduce the climate impact of aviation. There are various instruments that could be used. So we have on the one hand the blending mandate. We have also on the other hand some flanking measures, support, earmarking of revenues that could be introduced. And still we see a lot of challenges, which is, for instance, scaling up SAF production in an efficient way, and also the availability in Europe will probably very interesting studies going on. I have put here the links of a study being conducted also at the German Aerospace Center, producing SAF in the Middle East, North Africa region. So a new business model for the region, ranging from Morocco up here to the Arabian Peninsula. And you are very much invited to have a look at those research results. And they are also available in Arabic. So we have here the first link, which the flyer is also written in Arabic, so a very low-key approach to get information about this. And I'm also very much look forward how these new energy partnerships may develop over time with this competitive advantage for also green energies in the MENA region are beneficial then both for Europe and the MENA region. And that's my presentation. I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open also for any questions or comments concerning the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wolfgang. That was impressive. Do you have any questions, any comments? Yes, please.
Hello, Vincent Coppinger again. Thank you so much. I mean, what a lot of information you got in there in a very short space of time. Corsair, as we know, is almost a way of compromising the EU's position on such matters and the American and Chinese and the Russian and the rest of the world powers view. Do you think that a new COSAIR might be developed or the equivalent regulation which might, as it were, be more appropriate?
So does your question address the idea that probably a global blending mandate could be
Precisely.
Yeah, that might be a development and also something. I mean, you're also very familiar, I think, with the proceedings of ICAO, that they are very industry friendly, to say it in a diplomatic way.
Yes.
And we see these voluntary commitment of IATA with the 65% SAF branding mandate globally for all IATA airlines up to the year 2050, which means that they need to start to build up capacities quite quickly. And we also see a lot of initiatives by predominantly European carriers, but also Asian carriers, US carriers. So I think there wouldn't be a very big objection to this, but still we see it currently in a regional way, lots of initiatives going on. But I can think that this over maybe the next 5 or 10 years could develop, and probably with very low level of opposition, because it is going further, maybe also cost disadvantage to decline further, and it becomes more commonplace to use SAF. So in an optimistic way, I would say hopefully yes.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and I think with fine minds like you and all the experts working on this, it will be achievable, and I'm pretty certain that we're all trying to have a safe and low-carbon world and try and save the planet. And once again, thank you so much. I mean, you really did explain that beautifully, and thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. My question is, there are other countries which is following the EASA regulations, such as even the GCA is actually sort of like from EASA's regulations, like the CAR 147 is almost equal to Part 147. So do you think these regulations can be implemented in other countries? Like, for example, if you take the third world countries, they really don't have an idea about what a SAF is, and they really cannot like implement SAF in their country because of the resources, and they don't even have much economical impact for that. So how do you think it's good for these third world countries or any other countries who's trying to approach SAF better, and how do you think it's going to help them in the future?
I would consider that in the first place, that's a decision of each individual country. But I think when we convince also the countries that you mentioned that there is also some benefits in gross value added, in GDP production. I mean, I just mentioned this project here that also SAF could be produced at a very big competitive advantage in the MENA region. So maybe it would also be a good idea for these countries to adopt a very similar policy like in the European Union, that they also benefit from these production facilities, and a lot of new jobs could be created, and also this transition, especially I think for the Gulf region, transition from fossil fuels to green.
And do you think Europe can be a major exporter for SAF?
I would rather think that it will become an importer. So it's a bit like in the current situation where we import oil, but then we will probably import renewable stuff. But I think also in the current geopolitical situation for Europe, it's very important to diversify sources, and we have lots of potentials of different green energies, where also power to liquid fuels could be produced, like in South America, Australia, MENA region, but in general, I believe it will be quite hard to get everything that is required in Europe by domestically produced stuff. So that will be quite hard as far as I understand the literature on it.
One last question. Since Airbus is part of the European Union, do you think the EASA is actually giving them instructions, okay, from your next fleet or from your next model of aircraft that you're going to build, it has to be a SAF requirement? Or do you think like, no, it's just a fuel, anybody can use it?
So you mean?
I'm asking, my question is, do you think EASA regulates the manufacturers to build their aircraft according to the SAF, or do you think they can just produce however they want? SAF is just an alternative.
I think the initiatives of both FAA and EASA go into this direction, that all aircraft will be compatible to SAF use exceeding 50%. So currently, some of these conversion pathways include a maximum blend of 50%. But that is something, as far as I understand it, from talks to people from Boeing and Airbus, that's not a huge problem for any in-production aircraft. So I think they will get it, but I think it will take a much longer time until we get to this point where we have a global blending rate, or in Europe, a blending rate that is above 50%. You've seen the slide, so that will only be required in the year 2050. So that is something that is very, very far out, but I don't see any big technological issues with this.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question?
Thanks for that wonderful presentation. I just wanted you to make a comment, I think something that is related to particularly when we talk about a just transition, particularly for developing countries. We're supposed to foot the bill for the mandatory quota on SAFs that you're proposing. Thank you.
So what exactly was the question? Sorry, I didn't get it fully.
Okay, so if you've been following the debate around climate change, and particularly COP26, COP27, there was a whole debate about just transition and who foot the costs for a just transition. In this particular manner, you are proposing a global mandate on sustainable aviation quota. And the question is, who is supposed to foot that particular bill, particularly for developing countries that are already battling from the impact of climate change?
So, well, I think the answer is it's difficult. So we have the common but differentiated responsibilities, and I'm not sure whether this global mandate should actually be imposed in a relatively short time frame. And I'm also pretty sure that these partnerships probably with MENA region, also with other regions in the world, also there are plans going on, production facilities in Namibia, also sub-Saharan Africa. So I believe that this could be a very long transition, but I don't have a complete answer whether any mandatory blending mandate should also be imposed on a short notice in any developing countries. So I'm still haven't looked into this in detail.
All right. So I think we should just end this session. So thank you so much. Thank you all for attending today's session, and hopefully tomorrow we will see you. And please don't forget that we will wait you for the gala dinner at 7 p.m. today. So thank you again, and hopefully we will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.